post it in the chat for you. I post it in the chat.
You don't know.
Okay, so while you guys are arguing screens right here,
There's nothing to argue.
Norman, this is why you're a two-time Pulitzer nominee and not a winner.
I posted anybody in this room, right?
I posted a second link.
Anybody in the room.
I posted transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. This is a perspective article that comes from the University of Edinburgh that discusses these issues.
People would like to say that it does because then they'd like to blame people for their sad situation,
Yeah.
but there's no evidence.
No, it's not. It's not.
I'm posting two articles. You need to read
And I also think it's very disrespectful because the Holocaust was a very serious need to be protected, and so I really don't appreciate that.
Two most emotional women on this app defending.
Research suggests
for example, a key gene.
Adequacy and exposure to environmental toxicants, especially in utero in early life, epigenetic changes that last throughout the lifespan. Nothing to do with trauma.
And no, you gotta keep reading, brother. You gotta keep reading. Keep reading the report. Keep reading when it's important, you know.
So the bottom line is.
Oh, no way. You asked
He did.
So, for example, a key gene often studied is the NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene, which can make the stress response more reactive. Babies exposed to these changes may be born with a heightened sensitivity to stress and hormone disorders. That's the NR3C1. NR3C1 is an NR3C1, in case you want.
You're saying numbers.
I'm saying that gene, stupid. NR3C1 is the actual gene.
Yeah. So you're saying that the gene is changed by stress? That is what.
I said the you don't listen.
Not
the gene often studied is NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene. This is what we call epigenetics, right? Which can make the stress response more. Is the epigenetics of the gene, the NR3C1. I really think we're critically thinking here, right? We're breaking it just a little bit, right? Like you got where the process of the epigenetics is happening, the sentencing.
Hundreds of said articles. Please be discreet.
None. And it's right there in black and white. Just read the article you posted. No
evidence of what?
Transgenerational impact. Huh? Read it. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact. So you can read
What does it say right there? What does it say? What does it say?
Read your article. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact.
A recent meta-analysis of many worldwide reveals that 1 in every 20 children is diagnosed with ADHD, which is a psychological and physical impairment in most NDs, and that also has to do with the epigenetics. The genetic etiology for most NDs is still not clear, although some disorders have been linked to specific mutations in a single or multiple genes. There are many causes.
What does that have to do with trauma?
They are many caused by various factors such as genetics.
Not
and in utero.
Genetics.
And it says, I'm looking at it. It says genetics and epigenetics. I'm looking at it right now. Don't play with me.
So once
I'm reading it. And in utero
trauma can be inherited.
When genomic variation such as listen, I'm about to get when genomic variation such as chromosomal deletions, duplications, and receiving nucleotide mutations be either inherited or de novo in offspring. Non-heritable genetic alterations are largely linked to de novo. What did I say? In utero. You literally said there's no proof of it in utero.
I didn't say in utero. I said in the next generation. I said
how is it passed down to the next generation? In fucking utero, you stupid ass. In utero, dumbass.
Incorrect.
Oh God, you're so stupid. I can't.
No, I'm not, honey.
No, you just gaslighting with them.
I want you to
gaslighting with them.
While the baby is in her, it is possible.
In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial.
Will affect the baby.
It is crucial that
it's not going to be permanent. There's no evidence that trauma.
I really found two evidence. Two pieces of evidence. It's showing me right now. You're not reading the article I posted. You're not reading my article. In listen, if I could talk, you go ahead, go pick it up. And due to the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to fetal development, it is crucial to elucidate the underlying epigenetic mechanisms playing a part in the pathophysiology of these NDs. Furthermore, the epigenetic mechanisms have been shown to be altered by several factors such as lifestyle, infection, genetic, and metabolism alterations, as well as other maternal factors contributing to neurological disorders in the offspring. This review will bring forth
from the beginning, trauma of the parent is not passed on to the generationally. However,
What does this have to do with
if the it doesn't, it's completely unrelated. However, if the stress or trauma while she's carrying the baby, yes. The trauma that was experienced by the mother or yes, it'll affect the baby. Not just like the sound of your voice, by the way, but you're making sense. The environment in the uterus. However, again,
someone that looks as much like
a kid is not
maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking, alcoholism, and psychological
while they
issues are reported to create alcoholism.
yes, while carrying the baby.
Literally, syndrome of childhood smoking and alcohol consumption during gestation are two. What's gestation?
While during
What is that?
gestation, exactly.
So how is it passed down?
It's passed down by what happens when the woman is carrying the baby, as I said. DNA trauma that the mother experiences.
Yes, and she passes it to the child.
Not while she's carrying the baby.
No, I never said it. I said it was while she was pregnant. Still there with my utero.
This is what we've been talking about the whole time, but you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about intergenerational trauma, which is...
We're talking about passing it down to the children, bro.
Yes, that's correct. So if the
Genes.
parent experienced trauma and they weren't pregnant or they weren't even together, that's not going to go to
That's not the claim. Still don't argue.
That's what they mean by intergenerational trauma, stupid. Yes.
But people are talking about the utero. They're talking about the fetus.
Utero, yeah.
Okay, were you talking about in utero? Because I swear to God, you're talking about in utero. You're... Yes.
Prenatal exposure.
Thank you, Rima, because that's the only common sense reason it can happen.
Hold on. I'm not saying that now, in fact, that's what the study.
I'm not responding to you. I'm not engaging with you. I don't expect you to shut up.
Common sense reason.
Thank
For
God.
epigenetics to be passed
So what the mother eats, what the mother drinks, of course affects the baby. If she undergoes
We've been agreeing with each other this whole fucking time. I hate you.
No, not at all.
I
You
hate
didn't know
you,
what we were discussing. You were talking about
I
something
hate
that we weren't discussing.
I really do.
You
Emo was talking about the baby.
You refuted. You didn't
Emo
understand
was
what we were
talking about
talking
the
about.
baby. Emo was talking about the fetus.
No, Emo was talking about intergenerational trauma. You were talking about being in the Holocaust affecting the next generation.
Yes, I want to affect the next generation.
That's right.
But how?
Not going to change
You're talking about, I don't know about
Studies were done because the women were and that's exactly the repeated study that I'm talking about. The serial families, right? Well, that's what they were studying, though. They were just studying.
The mother takes heroin, the baby's growing heroin. If the mother's an alcoholic, that affects the baby. Nobody argues about that. No.
And we are
Nobody
live off.
argues.
Can you hear me? We are lived off. Can you hear me? So Dima was literally talking about the women who were pregnant
No,
during
he
the
was
Holocaust and how they
Absolutely,
what do you
he
mean?
was
No,
not.
she was not. You don't listen.
I do understand. I was
You don't even breathe.
She's
You don't even
talking
breathe.
about intergenerational trauma.
Everybody knows I'm talking for you.
She's talking about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
You couldn't get
It's
it.
nonsense. And moreover, people try to talk about it going from generation to generation.
Hitler did okay. I heard that man was a good painter. I heard he could paint. I heard that man was just doing that. Maybe that's a myth.
What are you talking about?
I also heard that I think Columbus was worse than Hitler.
Shut the fuck up. Take a walk. Go back to where you come from. You're annoying. Go back to where you come from. That's the way you come from. You're time to leave.
Honestly, Norm, you should go back to European
Fly away, Mike. Fly away, Mike. Get it? Fly away, Mike. Get it while I eat. Fly away, Mike.
Are you saying Lewis is racist? So, okay, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma. Because you literally just said how it can happen when a pregnant person experiences severe stress, trauma, or chronic adversity. It affects the in-utero environment where the fetus is developing. Stress hormones like cortisol can cross the placenta and influence how the baby's bones are. This can lead to epigenetic transformations. For instance, genes that control stress, emotional regulation, or even metabolism can be primed to react strongly. So that is considered intergenerational trauma.
You're reading the wrong study.
No, I'm reading the exact study.
You don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't know what you're reading. Post your stats. Post your links. Post your links right now. You got to
Intergenerational trauma is the theory that when something bad happens to somebody, they pass it on to their kid, not when they're pregnant. And it would be
is a multifaceted fucking term, you dumbass. It can mean multiple things. Intergenerational trauma or transgenerational trauma, right? It could be survival, environmental factors. It could be biological, epigenetic changes. Literally, listen to the definition. It's in the definition of transgender. I'm looking at the definition. You want to go to Webster's? That's your people's book. Your people wrote that book. You check your people, honestly.
Alright, let's go at the top.
Who was Webster?
Thank you. So, can we go with the definition of what transgenerational trauma is, please? Okay. Thank you.
What's that?
So I've now posted 4 articles, including the one from Nature, which is one of the premier magazines.
Yes.
Why are you saying yes? You're not even listening.
When I am listening, I speak
Alright,
to
then
him
shut
all
the
the
fuck
time.
up.
I'm excellent at listening.
No, you're not.
Listen to what you're saying. I'm excellent at it.
Stick your nose
So
in your
what are
mouth
the
and fuck your
conclusions of
mouth.
the articles? Tell us. Tell us. Also, evidence of the trauma can be passed to another generation.
Okay, so what's transgenerational trauma? And what are the forms of it?
Transgenerational trauma.
What are the forms of it? I'll label them all.
I'll tell you. Transgenerational trauma has to do with suffering from one generation.
And how are they passed down?
I haven't finished. Being passed on to the next generation. It's sort of self-explanatory. If
How are they passed down?
you wouldn't have to ask.
How are they passed down?
By an alteration
In what
in the
forms?
genes.
In what forms?
By an alteration in the
That's
genes.
it? That's the only forms? Communication patterns isn't one? Behavioral and vital patterns isn't one? Biological epigenetic
I'm
changes
only
isn't one?
speaking about epigenetics. Behavioral patterns, yes, could be affected, for sure. And I think
Okay, so with the
that was
epigenetic
one of the early
you
things
just
that
said
I
that
said.
transgenerational trauma.
No, I didn't say that. No.
I'm saying that it isn't. Oh, you're saying it isn't? So it's not a part of the definition at
It's
all.
a myth.
It's not a part of the definition at all, right?
It's a part of the definition that's been refuted. There's no
Where's it been refuted and what? Can you send me
There's
the
articles that you posted.
I'm reading them right now from November 8th, 2025.
Yeah.
At
So
literally
find it where it says that trauma alters your
the
genes.
National Institute of Health actually is what I'm reading it from.
Yes, find the part where it says that trauma alters your genes, which then affects your child. Find that part.
Literally through that's epigenetics, bro.
Find
That's
the
literally
part
within
where
the definition of
don't
epigenetics.
run away. Find the
I
part
didn't run
where
away.
it
I had my
says.
stats. Where's yours?
Find the part.
Where's yours?
You don't have
Where's
to.
your links?
You
You haven't
just
posted
said
it.
that trying to play semantics with everything.
Trauma.
No.
Find the part where it says
No one
trauma
likes you.
alters your genes, which then
There's only
your
15 million or technology, the world will be
The child is not
I
in
posted
vitro.
multiple links and you still don't find it. You still don't believe it. You don't care.
I looked at the link. It doesn't say what you think it says.
Yes, oh, bro. Okay. You know what? I feel
It's
like
very phenomenal that you don't understand.
Post your links. Post your links. Post your links right
I'll
now.
use your link.
Post your facts.
There's no.
How do you go use my links to fight your claim?
Beg your pardon? Okay.
How do you use my links to fight your claim?
Because your links prove what I said, not what you said. They
But
refute
you
what
don't have
you
any
said.
links of your own to prove what you're saying?
You
You was just going on with fucking head with shit?
The one you're also supposed to.
You know, honestly, this is honestly embarrassing, bro.
Pick one at random. Pick what
in
you
the country can be free.
This is well known by anybody.
Can I ask you can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If okay, your mom
Yeah. Yeah.
was inside of her grandmother, okay, while she was inside her mom, your great grandma, and your great okay, does it not make sense that the germline would be affected by stress and the onset?
My grandmother is pregnant with my. Correct?
So you're
I'm asking you a question. My grandmother's pregnant with my mother, correct? Is that
no,
what you're saying?
no.
Okay, then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is your mom
Yeah.
was inside of your great grandmother. Did you know that?
My mother was not inside my great grandmother.
Yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Okay, John, I
Can I explain why?
I'm at an egg to form somebody.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Elmer, if you talk less, I
And
can explain.
by the way, eggs are not passed from generation to generation.
Oh
Now
my
you're just
God.
talking nonsense.
Did you know that eggs
That's
exactly what I'm talking about. The outside.
I have no idea about woman's health. You have no idea about
I have no idea.
the woman
You're
lived
factually,
My grandmother, my mother was inside her great
your mom
I
was
have my
inside your
inside you right now.
great grandma. Yes, she was.
I have my great grandmother's
I don't
inside me right now.
mean to explain how
You're so
high school. A male component of sperm.
You know what I'm talking about.
He's not understanding at all.
A part of her, half of her DNA.
Have my great
I'm talking about half. So I'm talking about half of your mom, half of your
Half
mom.
of my mom.
Right,
Mom,
right.
get in there?
Right.
DNA stats.
DNA.
So you don't mean half of my mom? You mean half of her DNA?
DNA literally splits. No, it happens.
So you mean half of her DNA, not half of my mom?
Half of what created your mom, half of the instructions that created
There's
your
some
mom
genetic material.
was already being
I don't think you want to learn anything.
not some.
That's going to be. If you could do math, you would know it's
Can you stop
25.
being such a Jew and just listen, bro, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
So
you, my God.
if you were good at math, you'd know that it's not.
No one cares about numbers. We're not talking about numbers. No one's talking about money.
Because there's also a grandfather. There's also a mother.
Yes, correct.
Of course I'm correct, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you. So it's some of the genetic material. So some of the genetic, well, we're getting to the truth of the matter. This was over your head. So you're just going to mutter in some silly attitude. Off with the material, what I was offered to do, material, blah, blah, blah. You can't even follow the conversation, Mike. You can't even
So
follow the
if
conversation.
I actually have the proof right here.
You have the proof?
Studies
Yeah. Let's hear the proof.
Abortion discrimination and violence suffered by pregnant women in South Africa affected their unborn children years later.
Absolutely. No question about that. Absolutely.
That's transgenerational trauma.
No. Transgenerational trauma is when it comes from the grandparent to the grandchild. So I'm not going to shut away.
So now it's the grandparent to the grandchild.
Yes,
I
that
thought
would
it
be
was like parent to
transgenerational. In
child.
other words, nobody ever disputed
So a
that these
mother
were.
and a child are not different. Not one generation.
Hang on.
They're just the
Nobody
same.
would ever dispute.
baby killers.
Nobody would. You're a freaking terrorist who shits outside. You're an outside defecator. But let's not go into it.
One children
I know, you can't deal with nobody would ever dispute
can be inherited by their children.
No one would ever,
Their parents' anxiety.
one at a time, no one would dispute that when the mother dreams
Generational trauma transmitted. One way is that people have experienced it.
now I'm going to
People are
respond
likely
to
to
you.
diminish
No
attachment
one from
skills.
the beginning, and I said this from
Research
the
has shown that
beginning,
children raised by parents
no one
with
would ever
adverse
dispute
childhood
that what happens to the mother affects the parent. That's common sense. Every mother knows this. You don't need science for that. That's never been in dispute. That's not epigenetic trauma. No, fuck you. Epigenetic trauma is when it affects future generations. It's, for example, used to explain the bad effects of slavery. So they'll say that 5 generations after slavery, people are still suffering from the effects of slavery. And that, my friend, is bullshit. That's what we're talking about. That's what
Thank
we're
God
talking
you're not a doctor. I mean, shut up to that.
Well, I could be a doctor. I studied enough
No, you
biology.
couldn't be a doctor.
I studied enough biology. I'm actually educated. I actually am able to communicate.
When someone recognizes their trauma affected them, they may be able to either way, or they consciously commit themselves into, commit themselves to parenting their children in a manner that takes
You're
them
just
home.
speaking in a monotone. Nobody can hear you or figure out
Okay,
what
my
you're
bad.
saying.
I'll speak like this. Are you
No,
ready?
just get to the point.
Are you
Get to the
ready?
point. Instead of reading from an article that you don't
The
understand.
memories of a traumatic experience,
Quiet, moron.
however, can be inherited by their children, even young children. Research has shown, detect and react to their parents'
Just say
anxiety
it in
cues.
your own voice.
Oh, you don't take me serious regardless. I was speaking in this voice.
Well, when you talk bollocks, then yes, I don't take you seriously. But say it so that it means something.
No, I dangle a penny in front of your face and once.
You're reading
I can dangle a Jewish sword in front of
clearly
you.
without understanding what you're saying.
I can say Shabbat Shalom if you want.
If you don't understand it, then the person listening is not.
I can really tell you that Paramount Warner Brothers suck and MGM is ass,
Right.
and that can grab your attention.
So in other words, you know nothing. Which was
No,
my
I
point
put
in the first
fake
place.
links. You haven't posted anything. All you're doing is picking your nose. Yeah.
The studies that you posted was the opposite of what you're explaining.
Oh, thank God.
In other words,
Shut up.
there is no such thing as intergenerational trauma. No, my mother is not my grandmother.
Nose that's high enough. Ain't no balls.
It's such ridiculously dumb. Then you thought there was 50% of
Ain't
the
no
DNA.
ego.
Then I had to point out that it was 25%.
Hold on, no. I didn't mean the DNA though. I'm talking about what the child what the eggs are exposed to. Okay, right.
But the eggs
So
are
it's not in the way that you're thinking. It's not like
well, how do you know what I'm thinking?
well because you explained when I said that your mom was inside of your grandmother, you're like, well, she only
She
inherited
clearly is not.
25%, right? Of the DNA from their parents, right? So then 25% comes from each grandparent. That's right. But that's not. But that was not. I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
For 5 minutes.
What I'm saying is that I'm talking about how much of the grandmother's DNA. Future egg lineage was physically present during the grandmother's pregnancy.
But that's not really the question. The question is
No,
how
that's
is it
what we're
affected by
talking
trauma?
about.
The question
So
is how is it affected by
in
trauma?
females, our eggs are formed during fetal life. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I mentioned that your mom was inside your grandma.
What does that have to do with this conversation?
Oh my God.
What are you talking about? That's just because of the germline. That's how. These are the studies. These are specifically the studies. No, these are
Nobody
the Holocaust study, the Syrian study of the 3 generations. What do you mean? What did they find?
What did they find? What's the conclusion? You read the study. Studies have conclusions.
Yeah, I can read the conclusion.
You don't remember? You can summarize it. I don't want you to read it out loud. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
The conclusion is that transgenerational trauma exists.
Transgenerational trauma doesn't exist, and you lot can shut the fuck up about the Holocaust.
No, that's not true. Holocaust had other effects besides epigenetic. And you can shut the fuck up about something you know nothing about. You ignorant twit. So again, it's not going to. I know it took you a while to think of one, didn't it? It's not going to affect their DNA. It will affect behavior.
It's not going to take long.
I'm not saying that it affects, I keep saying it doesn't affect the DNA. I
Okay,
keep
so
saying
it's not
that it doesn't
epigenetic.
affect the
That's why
DNA.
it has the word genetic in it. It's not
Oh my
genetic.
God, it's because it's another layer. Epigenetic is I keep explaining that the genes are affected. Tags that are put on them, the instructions on how, on what.
Generation.
Yeah, okay. What do you think epigenetics is? That's what we're studying. That's exactly what they're explaining. That's exactly what they're
It's what I'm
explaining.
refuting. It's literally what I'm refuting. Like just no evidence of epigenetic transmission of trauma. It's all from the very beginning. Now, again, if the woman is carrying the baby in her belly, of course, what she eats and drinks, if she has a trauma, if she's frightened, if she's stressed, if she's on crack, which has happened a lot in New York City, if she's an alcoholic, of course that will affect the health of the child. If she smokes, if she drinks caffeine, all of that will affect the kid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about stress that the grandmother endured having an effect on the grandchild genetically, and that ain't going to happen.
So the grandchildren, which are normal, have no effect.
Well, now you're talking about radiation. Radiation does affect DNA.
That's the point.
Altering the DNA with radiation. That's a very different story.
We're talking about
haven't seen the study.
DNA.
I haven't seen the study of the grandchildren of Chernobyl. I imagine there might be some. We're having a new influence. Radiation affects the body in ways that nothing else.
Everything because you
Nothing else affects the body like
That's all you
radiation.
ever do.
There's nothing else like
You
radiation.
annoy everybody and you fuck around and overtalk everyone you can.
No, that's not
Civil
true. I just tell you
in
the truth.
society.
I can tell
Every
you the
single room
truth.
you're in,
Yeah,
you are
I know
nothing
you.
but an
Okay,
annoyance.
you can go to a different room if this is not in your case. Nobody will give a shit. We'll forget about
You
you
can go
before
to
you're
a
even
different
gone.
place and get
In
the
fact,
fuck
I've
out of
already
it.
forgotten about it. That's how forgettable you are. Notice how you added nothing to this conversation. What do you want to
I
say about
think I pointed out that you're a hypocrite and that you
Should leave because he overspoke Norm on the topic. He introduced something about race. Request for Norm to leave.
Well, just because you're offended doesn't make you right.
Well, you didn't add anything. I'm sorry, Tina.
We were talking about DNA inherited from the grandmother to the grandchild.
Yeah, I understand it was here and for this
It
conversation.
doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make you right either. But it does show that you didn't understand the conversation. Contributing is going to be very difficult for you
Just
because you can't
haven't
follow.
construct enough. You honestly, you haven't construct enough. That's why you believe in this.
Well, you should try it. If you want to do that, you should try it. Just make sure you say your prayers before, because it'll be the last thing you ever do. But I invite you to try it. It would be pleasurable.
Moderator, this is Chicago. I would like 60 seconds to talk about genetics, if I may.
You can go to heaven dreaming of my face.
Put me in the queue, Moderator Matt.
Yeah, let's let Kitover give this statement.
A great movie that came out.
Try to stop you. My face will be the last thing you ever see.
There's a
Go to
great
heaven dreaming of my face.
There's a great movie that came out years ago called Gap. If you've never seen it, you should watch it because it's about genetically modified humans and how they have special access to the off-world civilization. But Ethan Hawke, the actor, has a powerful will, and so he challenges his genetically modified brother, kind of in the same way like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger when Danny DeVito's like, you're telling me that I'm the shit genetics? I'm the shit DNA? And Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, yes, you are the shit. Brought up and said, I think everybody should get genetically tested. Oh, wow. So the health insurance company can bill another $1 billion. Great advice, Bima. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of
You only have to do it once in your lifetime because that doesn't change. So it's about a
okay, everybody pay for it out of pocket then. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetic therapies and fraud doctors and bullshit artists that want to tell you gene therapies can prolong your life. The truth is, if you make it to 100, you're really fucking lucky. And if you want to make it to 101 and spend $1 million at my clinic in Mexico City and do some gene therapy, whoa, I'll take your fucking money. I'll gladly give it to me. Give me your $1 million so you can live another 365 days. Multiply that by 24 hours and give me your. So what I'm just trying to say is, take all this genetic bullshit with a grain of salt. It's not as good as a good book. I am complete. Thank you all very low. Well, we can talk about how children become trans because women become whacked out from propaganda, but I don't have any trans children. Does anybody here have any trans children?
She posted a study.
I'd have to go read more books, John.
I think actually John's a little bit busy. He's being pursued for election fraud for
She
putting up
posted a study of people who are actually
sorry, a real person was talking. Shut up, big nose.
in the last year.
So John's actually being pursued for election fraud because he put
8 seconds ago. I thought you just said that.
he's been referred to the State Department.
According to who? Where's the evidence?
Do you want the evidence?
Yes, I asked for it. Yes, obviously I asked for it. It's English I'm speaking, I believe.
Calm down, stop speaking through your nostrils. I'm answering your question.
Try to stay on top of it.
I thought Kitover admitted this. Is this not true, Kitover?
Yeah, no, so the last two dismissed objections that he put before the court, both of them were dismissed, and
We asked for it. I said the evidence that he's being investigated for
Semantics.
In other words, there is no evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud, correct? You lied, correct? You were mistaken.
No.
You didn't know what you were doing.
Just like to overtalk and insert your own narrative.
I will give you the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud. Show us.
Show you, Norm, your job is to say, I was wrong.
No, I just want to see the evidence. Stop.
Well, I show it.
This child is trans and he is suffering and he has a lot of anger and anxiety. And my political career, if they're not talking about you in politics,
Kitover was investigated in Boogergate, and
it was a robust booger. It was a profound booger of incredible spherical substance.
What you have to do is listen. I'm surprised other people don't do it more.
Well, Kitover told me he was being
He
investigated.
was not ever investigated for election.
I was investigated for wiping a booger on my shirt, though, El Normo.
Now, are you going to apologize now, Wayne?
And you kept it up there.
Look.
The shirt had reached its
And
limits.
you didn't even wash your shirt because
Your shirt reached its limits?
Reached its limits.
The Kitover, are you being investigated for election fraud, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. That's just slander, and I accuse my opponent of committing fraud 1,000 times, and he created $20 trillion in debt.
Bullshit.
I'm also accusing the mayor of Chicago of committing fraud, and I am running for the mayorship of Chicago on February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Vote John Kitover.
So you want to apologize, mate? You feel a bit stupid at this moment? Feeling a bit embarrassed? A bit shamed? It's tough when somebody asks for evidence, isn't it? Instead of just listening to bullshit.
I mean, I thought he was too, so I might be misunderstood.
But you were dumb enough to...
He never told me this, so I was just taking him at his own word.
Kitover told you that he was being investigated for election fraud.
Yes.
Kitover. Did you tell him that, Kitover?
To be fair, I did read an article mentioning this.
You read an article mentioning what?
That he was being investigated for, or he was being accused of election fraud.
Accused is different than investigated.
Yeah, I read the article and then I asked him about it. He confirmed it, and he said that the
What did the article say?
lawyer was wearing a Chicago Cubs hat or something. He was being.
That they were going to persecute him for election
So
fraud.
we got what his head where it was, but we don't know if he was being investigated as the other guys.
His only nominating petitions faced a successful challenge, resulting in him being removed from the ballot, found to have. The board also had forwarded the petitions to law enforcement over the fraud concerns.
Yes.
He is being investigated.
I'm waiting for the part where he's being...
You asked for proof. You asked for proof. I know.
Wait. So the part where it says that he was investigated for election fraud. Are you getting to that part?
It was an alleged accusation. Point of order, moderator. I'm happy to tell you what this is all about. When you run for office, you have to get petition signatures. The fact that they said I had 266 confirmed signatures is incredible, because I hired people off of Craigslist, and everybody on Clubhouse heard me hire my petition circulators. 266 valid signatures out of 1550. Now hold on. Many of the signatures on the petitions were out of district, and they are putting that in the same basket as the accusations of shut. Thank God for the Declaration of Independence, because we have eternal separation from these people. These people, they didn't genetically evolve. Thank God we have eternal separation. The point is, in politics, people allege other people committed fraud all the time. And it's bullshit propaganda. And the Republicans and the Democrats, when you run for office, you will see that it is a personal war. It's not even the parties. It's just personal. And this is the way it is. You fight. And Tuna Boy, it was personal when your son got trans by your wife and you couldn't do anything about it because you don't even have testicles anymore. You don't read books and you come on Clubhouse and do, John Kitover committed election. But Tuna Boy, we feel pity for you. And we have eternal separation from you. We don't need your opinion anymore, Tuna Boy. Hello?
You were not even on your train.
No, a big fat journalist with a put out a little blurb to discredit me, and that's all it is. No Attorney General, Pam Body's not investigating John Kitover, I assure you. John Kitover's on her calendar? Because if I am, that'd be a fucking miracle, wouldn't it?
He was investigated for election fraud. I'll take my apology now.
You investigated for election fraud, John?
No, absolutely not. It's a blurb on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip named Fingston. It's on an Illinois website. That's it. It's a little blurb on a website. That's it. That's all it is. It's discrediting. It's fake news. It's missing. No. John Kitover never committed election fraud. John Kitover paid his employees. John Kitover. No. How many times do I have to tell you? No.
Even if you're investigated, it doesn't mean that you actually did it.
You weren't investigated, you weren't charged with it?
Not investigated, never charged. It's a blurb. It's fake news on a fat piece of shit's website. Absolutely not. I worked with them hand in hand. I met the chairman of the entire Illinois. in my opinion, you can't even trust them. Hello?
So did they investigate?
Hello.
No, El Normo. No. How many times are you going to ask, El Normo?
Did
No.
they investigate you, Joe?
No.
Okay, so is there any ambiguity
You
about
bring
that?
money or good news?
No, people are just here repeating what they read when they Google my name. It's on Illinois, but it's just slander defamation. And I've already filed a lawsuit against the attorney that put out the fake news. They're trying to smear my name as if I am just mere cream cheese on a matzah.
Did you appear in court for this matter or any related?
No, but when you get challenged and you challenge your opponents, you go to a quasi-election court. Not many people have ever been to one. You would go to one if you've ever run, but has anyone here else ever run for committee? Mayor, hello?
Okay, last question. Did you consider eating the booger before wiping it?
It was perfectly spherical, very gelatinous, and it was white. And it was a profound booger, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that booger video. The truth is, when I record Clubhouse, sometimes I have to sacrifice a shirt because I wore it for 3 days because Sarah, the Iranian, is screaming so loud, I can't draw my ears away from the migraine.
Dude, you left it on your shirt for 3 days. Dude, you even had it on when you put on your robe. You put on your whole robe, and it was still. Like he put a red robe over his shirt. Like he, put it.
Well, Boogergate is over. Boogergate is over, but outside of my house it says Democrat or Republican, I think I'll get heat. But if I say libertarians liberate, I think it's like the third party. And basically that's what Judaism is. You could be a Christian, you could be a Muslim, you could be a Hindu or a Buddhist, but the Jew, such a small minority, is the third party. And the disrespect that the people on this app give Jews who are such a small minority, and all of you Christians, supposed Christians, shame on you. It's an ashanda what you people do on this app. An ashanda!
Third party,
It cost you the election.
yeah, third party, aka the left or the right, don't want you. John, that's sad.
Beeman, we can always make ASMR videos for the campaign, though. See, it's an art creation journey. The experience is joy. The goal is.
I think it would be better if you're running as a Republican.
Gets its own special distinction on Chicago ballots for some reason. And so my goal is, because I've tried to run Republican before with no success, I do feel that running as an independent or a libertarian will strategically give me an advantage on the actual petition. And if no candidate receives the majority of votes, it goes into an April runoff. So the whole thing is strategic. And I think by doing it this way, if I can get through the challenge on the signatures, I need 15,000 signatures. It's a lot of signatures, but I'm pretty sure that I can get it done. So if I can get on the ballot, it'll be amazing, because that's a national headline. And Chicago mayoralship is going to be one of the most followed political campaigns and getting on that ballot will be a big boost for John Kitover, Politics Incorporated.
I know, but you saw something out. This video.
You could do it.
More elected can do it. You can do it.
This guy at the park the other day, he yelled at me. He's like, "Hey, neighbor!" And I was like, "Jesus, is that how you greet a neighbor?" And I was like, "Well, at least your dog looks happy."
Dog was begging for you to say that, and you just let it go back to that hell hole.
Kind of like your ex-boyfriend who closed up those legs when you were like, if I had a dog and needed to borrow $5,000, would you give it to me to save the dog? And he's like, fuck no, bitch. She's like, you're never touching this pussy again.
You remember all my stories? Yeah, it's true.
Holy fuck.
The true story.
I didn't hurt, but I was trying to date this guy. He was just, we had such great sexual chemistry. And I wanted to test. We weren't dating yet, so it wasn't a boyfriend yet. But that was what gave the ultimate indicator.
I mean, that's kind
It
of a
was,
tough spot
well,
to put
well, so,
someone in.
well, so this is what happened. So we were seeing each other, not dating though. It was kind of like a friends with benefits thing. And it was kind of like getting heated. And I was just like, where is this going to go? I know he really likes me. So I had asked him because one of our visits, he was very loving and he would always, fill up my fell out into the car and I picked it up and I looked at it and it tells you how much you have in your account and it was quite a few bucks and we were young. And I said, well, I have my girl and, emergency surgery, you have to pay up front, before you have the surgery. I don't believe in credit cards and all that other type of stuff. So I was just like, so, would you lend it to me? He said, absolutely not. He's like, not for a dog.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a tough spot because my girlfriend, we have a dog, but it's my girlfriend's dog. If she asked me to say this, yeah, pay for this dog, or expect her, or have her expect me to pay for the dog.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. I wasn't asking him to pay. I just wanted to see if he would.
Bima, we get the point, but do you think if you abuse a dog, do you think there's generational trauma to the puppies?
It still says that I'm green. Did it change?
Gives me your orange for peach.
Really? Let me look. I'll take a screenshot right now. Maybe I have to.
What are you guys voting for?
Who was correct about generational trauma?
No, it's so.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just joined the stage. Are we taking a poll over who likes Trump or who likes?
Oh, this is over.
Well, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know how to answer the question. It popped up on my page when I answered.
Look, I can't vote, so just put me in the do not like Trump category.
Okay, so do we want to make America great again?
America is already great.
Simon.
Simon,
Does it have to be about? Yeah. Okay.
Simon, why don't you like Trump? He's liberating 100 million people living in the first regime.
Okay, I mean, two things to be true. You could be doing a good thing and also be a bad president.
Wait.
Why is he bad president? What don't you like about him?
Yeah, let's let Christmas speak now.
Wait, may I interject something, please? Okay, so I thought Trump was going to be the person who forgave my student loans.
You thought that he was going to personally forgive your student loans? How much do you have in student
I don't know
debt?
if that's a troll or not.
Chosen.
Why would you want?
It was originally $30, but now it's $100.
Why don't you
I
just?
think this is a hard troll.
Have you seen the movie Avatar?
It's just a movie. I mean,
I know, but are you delusional?
wait, have you? Okay, so basically, like the new one is water. So, well, I'm one of those people. I'm like the 4% who didn't graduate.
Oh no, and you accumulated all that debt? You didn't even get your degree?
Yeah, so now I owe like $100,000.
Damn. So you went to clown uni. So what are you doing? How are you earning? Are you working?
But like you're my best friend.
Are you working though? Do you have a job?
Yeah. Okay, like laboratory science or like science?
It's definitely generational trauma. I think she has epigenetic damage from a former generation. Times 10.
100.
What's 100 times 200?
To 7th grade, so.
So you can't do 100. You can't do 100 times 200 in your head, right? Hello?
So you like math?
No, 100 times 200 is a pretty standard multiplication question. And if you're in your 30s or 40s and you can't answer that, you would not be qualified for 99% of all jobs on the planet. You couldn't even pick up garbage if you can't do 100 times 200.
200,000.
Woo-hoo! You should work at the Federal Reserve. You know that? Have you thought about being an economist? Have you thought about being an economist? Because I think.
I don't know how many zeros you are.
Was a great movie, no matter what they say. And no, it wasn't about Israel.
Oh my god.
Why does everybody judge me on my profile pic? That was just what AI made.
The answer is 20,000. It pains me that you couldn't get to.
I mean, to be fair.
Let's test Bima's diagnostic here. Bima, what's 100 times 300?
Come on, 300. Come on.
What's 100 times 300, Bima? Quickly, tell us. 100 times 300. See, that's the epigenetic damage we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's generational trauma.
Come on.
She can't do mathematics. She can't do simple multiplication. What was your ACT or SAT? Well, anyways, all we're trying to do in this room, ladies and gentlemen, is make America great again on behalf of Donald Trump, our glorious orange MAGA one. The man who's liberating 100 million slaves from despots, from radical Shia 12ers, crazy cultish type behavior. Apparently they have checkpoints on every corner, and if just a little hair is coming out, they whip you now. Anyways, I am retarded, but I have been thinking about going to Iran to sell my kidney to pay for the campaign to become the mayor. But I'm also thinking about doing a transgender reassignment surgery in Iran because I am gay. And as Pepe admitted earlier that he's definitely one of the most hardcore gay men on this app, Pepe and I have agreed to get on a Spirit Airlines flight because I am GAY. I know they don't have LGBTQ over there, but what's important is that they have perfected trans surgery, which is an interesting tidbit. Not a lot of people.
Drink. It has gold flecks.
His wife is one of those crazy British women who are so woke and left. She decided to trans the child to Tuna's dismay.
It's all the person on stage right now. It's all about your
all over the place, John. You're gross.
You were spewing like you just came over my chest.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
That's a pearl necklace. Oh, and I'm an avatar? Ooh, that's exotic.
Do you hear him?
Who said I was being sloppy over here? Talking about a guy that goes around by the name Tuna Fish. You think he's not open to, and he's got a big mouth on him and he talks all kinds of.
Somebody's chest right now.
Ooh. Let me get a baby wipe. Let me get a baby wipe. I don't even think that's sexy. Let me get a baby wipe.
Now she's wanting it. I don't get this.
Do you guys want to keep going with this, or?
No.
I'm sorry, but he's speaking politics.
Yeah.
It's an ethical question. I'm gonna give you a quick storyline. It's about 3 minutes. Pay attention, okay? There's two kingdoms. There's the kingdoms of the bees, and then the kingdoms of the dragonflies. Okay. Now they live next to each other. They border each other. Among the bees, okay, and the hornets love to attack and fuck with the dragonflies, constantly trying to kill them. Okay, but they live among the other bees. So the dragonflies one day say, you know what? Fuck this. We're going in and we're going to take out these wasps that are living among they destroy a lot of the bees' homes, not the wasps. They're getting a lot of the wasps, maybe potentially even all of them. But
Wait, who's doing the attacking?
the dragonflies.
The dragonflies to the bees.
Right, because they're trying to get the wasps, or they're trying to get the hornets. Sorry, they're trying to get the hornets.
Yeah, but
Right next to the dragonflies.
I think you got it mixed up, Beamer. The hornets are the aggressive. Dragonflies are non-aggressive. They're pacifists. You got to understand the animal kingdom.
So among the bees are the hornets. And the hornets, they live among the bees. They attack the dragonflies all the time. And they try to kill them. The dragonflies had enough, and they said, you know what, fuck it, we're going to go. Okay, so they destroyed a lot of the bees' homes on top of the hornets' homes. So my question to you is, who is responsible for repairing the harm or repairing the homes of the bees that were whose homes were issue, and people tend to be skewed. And I don't believe you, but I want everybody to follow along without being skewed. Because I want to have a real discussion about the ethics, and I want to understand where your ethics is coming.
You would expect 50 blackjacks, and therefore you shouldn't be surprised that in this universe you got 50 blackjacks. Now you'd say that's pretty stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. If that in principle, but go ahead.
Hey, that's a pretty stupid inference. So what's the symmetry breaker between that inference and the one you just...
Because in the example where we're assuming like a normal night of poker where they got 50 blackjacks, let's say across like 3 hours, right? That would be pretty unexpected. I think we both agree, right? Is that not just assuming what we're talking about?
Yeah, but it's not unexpected. In an infinite multiverse where there's a random...
It's more likely to assume he's just cheating, right?
How are you? Yeah. Oh, okay. It's morning in your country, or
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
5 a.m.
These people are reinventing a new religion.
Yeah, they are. They are some.
Right? And they say not all Muslims should pray. Specific people should pray only.
Yeah, that's like the people that do Bible alone, or like the Protestants. They don't think they should receive the Eucharist of Jesus every time they go to Mass. They do it once a month. That's like a slap. That's like.
Yeah, it's not only about the tradition. Okay, forget about the tradition. I can understand them. The Prophet himself, who made some action, they are against it. Like, what the hell? Why are you following this religion?
That's how I see it. Jesus said, "This is my body. This is my blood. Right? Do this in remembrance of me." He did these things. He was baptized. Same thing. The same exact thing. The Protestants. It's gross.
Yeah, but I have a question for you. Do you think you eat his body for you with this bread?
So this tradition was done. This was done every time that we did Mass, and it was done even before there was a New Testament. This was how. There were people that believed that he was just a spirit, and that he didn't have a physical body. So,
yeah, but
saying this, right? So when we do this, right, we do this in remembrance of him because he did come in the flesh. Just like when they did sacrifices, right? It was a real sacrifice. It was real blood. So we say re-sacrificing him. We're doing this in the remembrance of the Last Supper, of the covenant that we made with him, the new covenant.
Yeah, if you are doing this and the remembering of him, okay. But I know you guys don't believe that's his real body, this bread.
It's we call it a true presence. For example, we have this thing called a tabernacle. It's a thing that we put the chalice and whatever's left from the Mass, that's the bread. We put it back in the tabernacle because we have an altar. We just wouldn't throw it out because it has his presence there. Right? We're doing this the prayer, just like how you have when you go into your supplication.
understandable, but with all respect to you, there's like a begin action the Romans used to do by assuming that there is a food and this food is God or the God in this food. Yet I understand what are you saying. But I can't see the effect of the pagans on Christianity.
Well, because if other Christians aren't doing this, so if you go to John 6, right? This to the Jews that are in his room. He says, if you do not eat my flesh or drink my blood, you have no life in you. In the story itself, it says that the Jews didn't like this language and they turned away. They said, what does this guy mean? You know, what is this? What is he talking about? And they left. Disciples left. Believers, right? If you don't believe as a Catholic or an apostolic Christian that he gave his real body and blood for the sins of the world, then you're saying it's symbolic. You're saying it really didn't happen. It really didn't happen. It's just a nice story. No, we're saying it really did happen, and that he did come in the flesh. So. Done this, if you're not involved in this covenant with Christ, then you have no life in you. That's what we say to the Protestants. How could you all of a sudden say, oh, well, this is not important anymore, and we'll choose to do it once a month? Well, then who's doing it? Is a priest doing it? No, they have some pastor doing it. Do they have an altar? Do they have a tabernacle? No, because there's no presence. There's no. We say to them, they're just doing it wrong. They're ignorant. So we believe in a true presence. Does it literally change? But am I going to tell you that it's a spiritual thing? No, it's not a spiritual thing. It's a real thing. But I'm eating a piece of bread. I'm drinking a sip of wine. Just like the disciples did when he said to them. Because they didn't eat real flesh. They didn't drink real blood. When he was on the cross, that was real. And it's only until then they understood what he was saying. Because it's only Mary Magdalene, his mother, and I think 2 disciples at the cross. They all left. They all scattered. When you strike the shepherd, the sheep shall scatter. Yes, they left because they were scared they were going to get killed.
So he was.
He says this to Peter. Well, no, he wasn't. He was there with his mother and 2 other disciples.
Oh, Cephas and Peter.
No, Peter left. Peter was told that he would deny Christ before the crow goes off in the morning. Crucifixion, they started asking him, aren't you that Nazarene? You sound like them. Don't you follow Christ or follow this group of people? And he was like, no, and they kept asking him until he yelled, and he said no, and he ran away. Yeah, Jesus said that to him. Yeah.
So, according to your books, his mom, Mary, witnessed his crucifixion.
Yeah, because he tells. It's John.
It was a robust
John. It's in John.
You say somebody witnessed the crucifixion from. Can you quote me the verse?
Yeah, it's in John. John, I'll get it for you. Give me 1 second.
Because The farthest that I know, like nobody witnessed, but like they say the Holy Spirit informed them, and the people who said they witnessed wasn't there at the moment.
I am so surprised. I thought many people witnessed his crucifixion. That's the point, Megatron. How would you be 100% sure of something that you don't have an eyewitness of it?
Yeah, but it's not a miracle that a man was put to death. The miracle is spirit is some type of transformation. That's the miracle, not his murder.
We're not speaking about miracle, we're speaking about historical event in a general way. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard that there's biblical verses, not only Jesus who have been resurrected, many with him have been resurrected, right? Chicago. No, I'm not speaking about leathers. I mean when Jesus was resurrected, the people around him who were died, they resurrected. Not only Jesus, the one who was resurrected, many. I will bring the verse.
Yeah. So. You're asking like how do we know? I mean, don't you guys quote Bart Ehrman a lot? Like he's super critical against Christianity. He says this event happened. I mean, I don't know what other things you want. We have secular writers, we have historians. Response to Christians, like when they say silly things like that, like is there Roman records or stuff like that? No, the Josephus writings we have about this in Tacitus. Josephus was, for example, he's writing about James being killed by the Jews, and the same people that are part of this. Someone who had this revelation from God, just like all the other prophets, right? But he's not a prophet. And when he met up with the disciples, they were telling him what he was saying was true. So it's not like it's made up. They're talking to the disciples. You know?
No, actually, when I was reading some biblical verses or studying Bible, I found that Peter and Cephas had a huge disagreement with Paul. Not only this, the Ephesians texted Peter or sent him letter telling him, like, help us with this man who wants to change or to destroy the law, as far as I remember. And you mentioned a good statement. You said that the Jews were walking, saying they killed him, and they were happy.
CE, not the common era, not like when he, not the one right now. BCE, 62 BCE, the Romans had taken away corporal punishment. They weren't allowed to do it anymore. And if you read the Jewish writings about that time, like the Mishnah or stuff like that, you'll see that they even speak about not doing any corporal punishment for, like, for example, adultery, stoning, or anything like that. Those rules were taken from them. So the only one that they could defend that the Romans let them is if you defile the temple, which Jesus said he would destroy the temple. So, you know, a good reason to say he was doing blasphemy. It's just why make such a public event about killing him? So they didn't have that power. They would have to go and you know what I'm saying? They would have to go in front of the Romans.
By the way, we are associated as Muslims, like with the Quranic background. We do believe that they wanted to kill Jesus, and they were happy looking. They killed him, and God says, they never killed him or crucified him, and they will be punished. Or that was to the Jews. This is the statement. And don't be happy, he not killed or crucified. And
what year is it?
What?
What year is it? What year? Breathing had anything to do with the assassination of that prophet? Nobody. Not one person living or walking on the earth today. So I'm just trying to say, it becomes a little political knowing that nobody walking the earth today had anything to do with the crucifixion of this poor guy. So I'm just trying to say, hello?
Yeah, but that is a historical event according to Christianity. The resurrection and the crucifixion of Jesus. Christianity relies on this. The whole Christianity.
To 27. This is devastating from the Jew. This is their own book. They're talking about a messianic age. Seven. That will destroy the temple. This is what it says. And in 70 AD it happened. So and they're saying the anointed ones would be put to death and sacrifice. That's literally what he did. And they can't deny this.
Yeah, but I heard there's like another prophecy says this, that the God is sending angels to protect his beloved one, and as far as I remember, I don't remember the whole Bible as far as. With his angels or stuff. So this prophecy about Jesus being protected from God, it's about Jesus. And what when Satan deceived Jesus and he told him to jump from the mountain?
No, I don't know what's. He never was deceived from anything. He was tempted.
Tempted, yeah. The word.
Tempted, not
Maybe
deceived.
the language. Yeah, the language terrible. Yeah. And he told him, I hear that your God is protecting or sending his angels to protect you.
Well, then why isn't he fighting? Why isn't Satan fighting the angels?
He's fighting the angels because the angel is protecting Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. The angels are protecting him. But I don't think. What story is this?
It's when he tempted him when he was alone in the mountain, and he told him, "Your God is protecting
The
you."
40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So this is when. And Satan is telling him, "I'll give you the land. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to die. This is what this is about."
No, my point isn't this. My point is Jesus was already, there is a prophecy, I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. This God is going to protect this Messiah from any evil or any bad stuff. So what I'm saying, that he didn't crucify, it means God protected him. You know, because Satan himself told him, your God is sending angels to protect you. And he told him, by the way, he told him, your God.
Okay, you have the verse?
Yeah, I bring it, okay.
You want to hear something funny? You know that girl, the girl Saxton? She's married to a Muslim man, right? But she's like Bible alone. She's not Catholic, so she's always getting on us and calling us pagan and this, that, and the other, right?
Yeah.
So in the beginning, like a few weeks ago, she was arguing with us about infantile baptism, right? Like how babies get baptized in the Catholic Church, right? And she was against it. She's like, "Oh, you guys shouldn't do that, this, that, and the other." Now, the other day, says she wants to baptize her child, and if her Muslim husband doesn't allow her to do it, she wants to get divorced. Man. Man. What's up with this woman? She's crazy.
That's her problem.
Yeah, but telling everybody. It's the weirdest thing, man. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand some of these people. That's why I don't allow her to talk to Muslims on the stage. That's why she doesn't come to my room and tell us, I don't talk to Muslims when I'm on the stage. I'm running no one. She's too rude.
So she's spreading hate.
Well, no, she's spreading hate. That's why she's upset.
Because of her kid and things like that. But even if where she lives, like she lives in the USA.
The UK. I think she shouldn't be getting divorced over something like that. That's ridiculous. You're just saying that, but I don't even understand why somebody would say such a thing. Such a silly.
But the laws give her the permission to do so. But if she doing so, I think the Canadian government give the kid to the woman. And if they do that, she gonna do whatever she wants with him, then he will become Catholic, and after years he will look for his father. And this is a sad story for the kid, not for her, because she's dumb.
Well, if the man is a good man and he's providing for his family, why get divorced? There's something so small, right? If she
No,
wanted to get the kid
actually,
back,
but it kind of send the message how things will go like along the way. Like if you disagree with this point, then you will disagree with the further points. Or she's trying to. So she wanna raise her son like
does it make a difference at this age if he's baptized or not? Doesn't it? I don't think it
It doesn't. No, for the kid it doesn't because he's not knowing and he doesn't care, to be honest. Feed me, change my diaper. That's it for his kid.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah. For the kid it doesn't matter, but for her it matters.
She thinks it's an easy thing, though. It's not. Maybe godparents think they're gonna clap and stuff. You can't just go there and say, "Oh, I want to get baptized."
Anyway, Megatron, I read the verse. It's in the comment section, and you know what? There's a beautiful verse. He says, "So they to protect you." And actually, he's quoting Psalm, if I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament, the one that I'm speaking about. So God is in His prophecy saying this Messiah, that a stone will harm him.
Oh, see, this is verse from the Bible.
Yeah, when Satan tempted Jesus, he's telling him through yourself. And he told him, I heard that the God, or he's protecting you and sending angels will be concerning you, not letting a stone be against you.
So this is Matthew and Luke saying this.
Yeah.
And this is at the time of the crucifixion.
No, that was before the crucifixion.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he was protected, and Satan knows.
Like the prophet are protected in somehow. Like they can feel pain, but they won't go through humiliation, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Even in Quran, yes, I do believe that they were protected. But even about Jesus or Isa alayhi salam, God says, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, which means we gave the angel Jibreel or the Holy Spirit to protect him or to be with him.
Yeah.
So literally, he had like a huge protection from anyone to harm him. Or got harmed, not only crucified, because in biblical verses they said they struck him, literally making him wear a woman robe, like humiliating him on his face, and this stuff. We don't think it's about Jesus. That's not Jesus for sure. And that's not Jesus as a prophet, and that's not God for sure.
Well, screenshot.
What's your point? Facts don't relate to each other, then can they explain? No.
Okay, so, and if there's no reason, like metaphysical principle for why they relate, then relation would be arbitrary, right?
There's no metaphysical. P-Mars is a waste of time, bro. I don't even know.
Alright, well, yeah, that's great. I think you're also a waste of time, CM, so shut the fuck up, please.
So what I'm saying is what you just admitted to is that the relationship between facts is arbitrary, therefore explanations are arbitrary, therefore knowledge is arbitrary. So that's the demonstration of tag, right? That without God, facts are not real.
I didn't admit to that. I wasn't even sure what you were saying. That like the thing, everything's ultimately arbitrary. Like there's no ultimate reason for everything.
Structure of epistemology and ontology.
I mean, they may. I don't know.
Well, they either do or they're fragmented. Are facts connected or fragmented?
They may, like you were saying, they may ultimately connect to a universal structure. They may not. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't? Possible, and you don't know?
What's the argument for that? That knowledge is impossible.
Well, I just gave it that if the relationship between the facts is arbitrary.
Why do you need, wait, but if there's a factual relation, why do you need to know the ultimate starting point? Like, for example, the farmers back in the day didn't need to know that water was H2O to understand it was important to drink.
It's just
they needed to know the ultimate chemical composition or where water came from to understand what the relation water had to the plant in our bodies. So
okay,
no, I reject that argument. I reject that argument. You need to understand the ultimate foundation. And a causal link down the chain without understanding the ultimate, like the start of the cause.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the farmer has to like know something, right? I'm arguing that like this has to exist in reality.
Hey, Mark, you know there are people on deserted islands that have never even heard of God. They don't even think about that shit. And they still operate with logic.
Yeah, but they lack ultimate context.
Yeah, okay, and yet they can still use logic and connect facts.
Okay, but using something.
And so they don't know about God, right?
But using something doesn't make it non-arbitrary. You can use something to be arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. They just don't know what the ultimate foundation
is. It is definitely arbitrary. It's definitionally arbitrary because there's no reason.
Chain of logic that they're using when they're putting the water on the plant and drinking the water is just the water is useful for those things. They don't even think back. They don't even think back to why the water is useful, right? They just know the water is useful for these things because they put it on the plant and they see the plants grow. They don't need to understand that the Christian God or whatever, Muslim God, whatever ultimate cause.
So there'd be no reason that they connect each other. And so it's not like it wouldn't work, but there's just it would be untrue. Because they would have no reason to think that there's this connection that they believe in.
Even if it ultimately came from nothing, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be connected.
Only be like fragmented facts.
What's the argument for that?
It's just definitional. It's like if they're either ultimately.
No, perhaps out of nothingness, water was created and plants were created.
But it's a unified
Logically
description.
possible.
But you're describing unity, but not describing the unifier.
Why does there have to be a unifier? Maybe things naturally just
start of the universe has all of these things programmed in him: logic, understanding, right? The state of the universe is already naturally in this uniform way that you described, right? So you can just remove the mind, remove the God, and just take this uniformity, the very uniformity that exists in your God, right, at the start of the universe. So either way, we both believe that the universe is natural and ordered and character added at the beginning with the mind. And I'm saying the nature that you're ascribing to him, right, is just how nature works, minus the mind, minus the intentionality.
Okay, but all you're
It's the
doing,
same uniformity.
okay, but then, like, when we start, there's a starting point in our epistemology, there's going to be entailments. So it's like you can't start on a plane that's flying to New York City and get off in Tokyo. In reason, but then you want to deny like hard solipsism without a defeater. So that's kind of the problem, is you're just denying like the commitments, what you're committed to in your starting point.
I have no idea how that was addressing what I said.
Your system starts disconnected, with your mind disconnected from the world. My system starts with them connected.
Says who?
The starting points in our system.
Mark, if your God exists and he's all powerful, could he create beings who just understood that plants need water and they didn't understand any prior connection, but they just simply understood that? The same way your God just simply understands things without having any prior connections himself, right? He just exists at the start of the universe and he understands all this shit. His brain works in all. He just knows and understands all this. And that's the nature of the universe with your God. So why couldn't your God create us the same way, where we understand these things, like the way certain things work, the way induction, deduction works, without understanding the prior links that are necessary? Is that logically possible?
He did. Like everyone thinks induction.
Right. Okay. Even need to exist because the universe you believe in is the same one. You just believe there's one more character before all of us who naturally just knows these things and works this way. It's the same thing. You believe nature, right, is your God who is uniform and understands these things and has logic and has patterns and has all of these things, induction, connects concepts together and facts, and understands everything that we understand, plus more. And both are logically possible because you believe the natural state of affairs includes a being with all of those same abilities that you ascribe to us. This is why the fucking reset argument makes no sense, bro.
Because you're ignoring the starting points. We have different starting points, and so that's going to have different entailments and problems. But you're
knowledge is arbitrary. That's hilarious.
Well, it isn't.
If that is not meaningless, I don't know what is.
If knowledge isn't grounded, it's arbitrary. Right? So, are we allowed?
When you ground, you're grounding.
It's like asking what's the Supreme Court. It's like what's the Supreme Court? What's the Supreme
You're saying is, if you want
Who's the president of Donald Trump?
That's the point. Donald Trump, if you say everything needs a ground, then what do you ground your ground?
Yeah.
You don't say everything needs a president, so that the president needs a president. You don't say that.
The point of a ground is it's a terminating point. It's the terminus of justification.
Yeah. everybody sees.
Your God is arbitrary. We don't reason for him. He's just there.
I mean, that's all you guys just do arbitrary debates, so that's not like, what does it matter then? You're fine with being arbitrary, that's not an insult.
You said knowledge is arbitrary, or our knowledge is arbitrary.
If it's not grounded, it's either grounded or it's arbitrary. I ground my knowledge in Jesus. What do you ground your knowledge in?
Facts.
Facts. So your knowledge is arbitrary.
It's the opposite of arbitrary. It's grounded in facts.
That's arbitrary.
How is
Grounding
facts
knowledge in Jesus is arbitrary? No, because Jesus provides a reason for like why we do things. Because he's like a concrete way.
Definitions for these.
Like that. So
Tell me the difference between grounded knowledge and arbitrary knowledge.
grounded
one of
knowledge.
them, he mentions Jesus.
Your knowledge is grounded in facts and coherent and conform to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology.
Is belief that is supported by reasons, evidence, or reliable method. So it can be explained, defended, and tested. It can fit to a broader system of understanding without contradicting. It connects to something outside of the belief itself. So logic, observation, or what we consider reality. So that would be my definition of grounded knowledge. Arbitrary knowledge is something accepted without a sufficient reason, or where the reason given is random, irrelevant, or interchangeable, so it lacks all connection, evidence, or logic. It can be different with no loss of justification. There's no way to defend it over an alternative. Do you agree or disagree with the following definition I gave?
Your definition doesn't include like metaphysical arbitrariness. It's just it's focusing on epistemic arbitrariness. So I would include metaphysical arbitrariness.
Those words are too big for me. I'm kind of like on the edge of side of things, even though I can't handle the big words, but I think I'd narrow it down.
I know, you're an intelligent Christian. How's a great Christian?
And you are
See, I might agree with all that.
Yep.
Seems
I agree.
if it's
You're just Jesus.
yeah, no, it's not like you guys should know this shit. This is like basic debate. So if some of these arbitrary, there's no reason. There's no epistemic reason, or there's no like metaphysical principle as a reason as to like why it would exist, or and why you'd be able to know it.
But the reason is arbitrary also. Like you can believe that reason is true and other reason is true also. But the reason that you're making is
Makes this belief this one instead of a different one. You're not made a reason to ground it. It's arbitrary. It's very simple.
Exactly. So I believe facts are connected because of a metaphysical principle in the triune God, right? He connects facts as all Jesus.
I believe in triune God, so that's also very.
Oh damn, you're gonna go to hell.
I'm a Unitarian.
That's really so.
No.
If you're Unitarian, then the logic would look like this in a Unitarian situation. If A, then A. Premise 2, A. Conclusion A. That's Unitarianism.
God, right?
So you need ultimate unity and
Wait, P. Mars, is there only one God?
Oh, P. Mars,
Yeah. Okay, what's his name?
what's his name? Yahweh.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's not Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is Yahweh.
Oh, Jesus is Yahweh. Okay, so they're the exact same thing then.
Well, God is. Yahweh is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. It's Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Yahweh is Jesus. So Yahweh is the exact same thing as Jesus.
You can't separate the person.
Right. So tell me, so say it out loud. The Father is the exact same thing as Jesus. The exact same thing.
It's not the exact. They're different.
Oh, they're different. Oh, they. Oh, so there's two gods. Is Jesus the exact same person or different people?
It's a false either or, right? So it's a both and.
Mars, did Yahweh get nailed to a cross?
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
You know, it'd be a miracle if these guys could make an argument.
P. Mars, did the Father die on the cross? Like you want to run the fucking. Welcome to being a polytheist. Hey, lots of people are polytheists. Okay.
Well, Charles.
Expected better from you on the Trinity debate, honestly. You didn't even give me the three persons, one being, and all the other bullshit.
Yeah, come on, the monarchical, like.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, they share one essence. So really, what God is.
Well, no.
You couldn't even get past the level 1 article. You just scooped. You just fucking scooped.
Well, you equivocated relationship and being.
Oh, now he's gonna try. No, you already tapped out, bro.
No,
Yeah.
You ever watched the WWE, Charles?
Yeah. I do jiu-jitsu actually, so I do
Oh,
real.
it's spectacular. So Charles,
You guys never get the big dudes.
Mars, hold on for 1 second. I know I'm arbitrary and I know.
No, you're
I need minutes. Right. You know how the WWE, like, they have, like, fake props and then they're able to, you know, somewhere on their body, able to. Hold on, just give me 1 second. Right. So my point being is that maybe just maybe. Holy shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Dude, like the shit.
We're gonna give you the Molinist metaphor, where like, oh, you become the mayor, but you're still you, but then you stop being the mayor. Yeah. But of course, that's a heresy too.
mistake, the spirit is set by both of them. The conclusion, knowing all these factors, is that there's one God, there's three distinct persons, which is why we have the Trinity, right? Why would it not be like this, Charles? Why would it not be triune?
So I'm going to define person for me.
Define person?
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
You can't tap out that quick. I know. I can do it. You want to be the atheist? No, I'll give you the Trinity.
So here, well, I mean,
So then there'll be three distinct minds. So three distinct gods.
they're not to share one essence. So one,
it's one
God, three
So
persons.
Christian, does Jesus 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's three distinct seats of intellect.
Holy
Three distinct seats of intellect. Okay, so three different minds. Then. Right.
So
So then now the question is, does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
it's one mind.
Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God? Have 100? Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
You keep separating the Trinity, so you can't separate it.
According to you, that's the point of the argument. You can't just say I can't separate it.
Well, if you separate it, then you're strong man in the position.
Then you can't say the Trinity doesn't make sense because then I lose the argument.
If we talk,
Okay, now does the Father? Okay, now is the Father the same as the Son?
They're the same.
Has the same,
It's not.
the exact same divine essence.
You're thinking over it.
Oh, okay, so they're the same essence. Now, what does essence mean? So go ahead and define essence for me.
Yeah, I got you. Essence means to I would say the fundamental like this of a thing. So it's like step back.
Okay, so you and I share the essence. Are we different?
Well, we're different.
Right, okay. And we would be counted as two different people, right? Because even though we have the essence of human being, we have distinct minds.
No.
Do we disagree?
No, of course not. Of course not.
What's the argument for that?
It's just our.
Okay, so you did better. You did better than Dave's.
I'm not sure it's how you pronounce it yet.
You do share humanness, and that's why you actually are identical in terms of humanness.
We're identical in terms of we are not identical in terms of humanness. We share humanness, but we are different in other ways.
Yeah, and that's what differentiates.
Yeah, so we're two different humans. Because we share humanness, but we have different minds, right?
Humanness is what's
It's the essence.
Yeah.
So each of them
and
are
we're different.
Yeah, see, but we got persons.
Well, actually, either they're going to agree, they're going to say it's wrong.
God is anything like really.
You know what they could do? A good move that they could make? They could just say the essence itself is God. But then, of course, you wouldn't have God being a mind. Right?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That they have to get.
Charles, why don't we let Alpida defend it? And any of you critique him, because he's probably going to be one of the better defenders on the stage, right? So, Alpida, do you want to defend us so we can all listen? Charles and Marcus and Christian and whoever else can challenge the notion that you presumably the challenge for the people who are challenging is that it's incoherent. So that's the challenge, or what's the challenge against?
Well, either yeah, there's ways to make
Yeah, but I
it.
think typically that, Charles. Okay, but that's what. Okay, if you concede that, then the blasphemous thing is like a weaker claim, right? Because typically this thing, I'm not saying for you specifically, but typically people want to like this is somehow incoherent.
Well, no, like you could do partialism, right? You could do partialism. You could do what's the one?
He does. Let's see what Alvita does. And, but then, yeah, I think if you're going to retreat to, which is fine, one can, I guess, that is blasphemous, that's going to be a weaker claim against the Christian, that it's incoherent. So I don't know if
Well, it's incoherent given that they view, I forget the term.
Well, Charles, can I give you a better term?
How could you call it blasphemous? You're not a Christian.
Wait, hold on. Can I give let me give a better term to use from Charles? Charles, he's logically inconsistent. It sounds better.
No, yeah, it's logically inconsistent given that they believe partialism. Monism, and what's the third one? I'm trying to remember. I'll go against church stuff. What's the third one?
Modalism.
Modalism, yes, yeah.
Go ahead, why don't you defend your view? Tell us what yours is.
Usually take the full routes of identity.
I'll just explain to everybody. Because
The father is like, this is sort of an analogous, but the father is like a big G God, little G gods, they share in the same substance God. But the father has like a particular relation that the other two don't have, and that's a deity, and that's what differentiates the kind of title that's used for the father. Like, it's like called, I always forget this word. It's like when you go, the president spoke to the president. It's different from any explanation. Definite article? Definite article.
Right. I mean, so it sounds like you're conceding to polytheism and just that the father.
Well, no, more Charles. There's also something else you're missing on top of that. There's also just a logical gap here. I mean, he made the analogy of a big G and the two little G. In Trinitarianism, and it doesn't really matter what sect of it or what type, it usually follows that all three
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, but
yes, they're co-equal.
Okay, what does that refer to?
You said what?
Like, do you think we are equal?
Do I think you are equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what way? Because certainly you don't think that we're equal in every, like, you don't think we're equal. Right, but you do think in some cases we might be equal, in other cases we're not. And yet you might still say, yeah, we're equal. Because what you're denoting there is something very specific.
We'll continue.
Mm-hmm. And because the doctrine doesn't tell you what in specific, and really what's mattering here is the general kind of divinity.
So when you say Jesus and the Holy Spirit are little G gods, can you explain further what you mean by little G gods?
The only difference here is that they don't have a sin.
And define a deity for me again. I've heard the term before.
Lack of dependence.
Okay, so Jesus and the Holy Spirit are dependent upon the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lack what it would mean to be fully God without the Father.
No.
It can't be fully God without the Father. They're dependent upon it.
Well,
they're fully God.
I want to be clear about like the dependence there. The kind of dependence that we're talking about is one of like it's true. You can make the statement, it's true, one wouldn't exist without the other. Necessary connection, so there's no worlds where they exist without each other. It would just be like a counter possible statement.
So then Jesus could exist without the Father, and the Father could exist without Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then now it sounds like what you're talking about is partialism. And you're taking away the aseity of the Father, too.
Because there's no parts. What do
you
think counts as a part?
They count as parts because they're distinct, and because one could exist without the other.
They're not distinct in terms of
they're distinct in that one of them counts and one of them didn't, right?
That's not the cares about that more.
Well, I mean, Christian cares about it. Lots of people care about that.
Yeah, but then that's not relevant.
You're just hand waving there. You're hand waving there.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this. I know classical Trinitarianism enough to understand is that it sounds like that you're saying the Holy Spirit and the Lord Jesus, vice versa between the two, are subordinate to the Father.
I'll tell you why
That's
it's
the
not.
case.
I'll tell you why it's not.
Well, you use your analogy of two little g's to the big G. Big G being the Father,
That's not
subordinate g's. You know, big Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So
What do you think being subordinate means?
do we really need to define what subordinates?
Yeah, because if you think that just having dependence means you're subordinate, then
That's
wrong.
not-
You don't understand what subordination is.
That's not what's going
Well,
on.
Christian. So what do you think is the metaphor on that?
Charles, either you do it or Christian does it.
Christian, you go. Christian, you go. I've been talking for a while.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Go ahead, Christian.
You're both
Now
trying to
you're going to have to define your words. You're going to use words that Peter's going to object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't make it clear exactly what is identity. If you're appealing to some notion that other Christians have, you're going to have to show him why he should change his view or something, if that's your take. But you go ahead and do it, but you're going to have to define your words so that you understand what he's saying. He says this about you. Otherwise, you're just going to not address what he's saying. So go ahead.
No, fair enough. Okay. Definition of subordinationism. And by the way, this is also just a belief within Christianity, but I'll define it for you. Is the theological belief that the Son and or the Holy Spirit are somehow inferior to or less than the Father in their divinity. So what's okay? Well, let me ask you: are they?
They are in fact equal in terms of their divinity.
They're equal in terms of their divinity. Are they equal in terms of their essence? Okay, spectacular.
I wanted to introduce someone who's a great philosopher, super, he's an amazing person, and sort of introduce her to the group. And if you ever want to entertain this, she's a great philosopher. She's an amazing person. She's also told me she's a Catholic, either like you, right? She's a Catholic.
Wow, that's awesome. Welcome, Super.
Yeah. Cringe. I'm gonna cringe it.
The fact is spelled of your charge of subordination.
Kind of up straight up. You're saying that the Son and the Holy Spirit are equal to both divinity and essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you get an argument for that?
Which one? That require divinity. And we ask ourselves, do they have it? And the answer is yes, which is obvious.
Well, what traits?
Omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, the typical classical theist traits. I don't really think you need much more than those three though. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, I'm going to tell you why that's what we follow. You're saying that the specific traits of, defining divinity or something of that is just totally wrong because number one, divinity may be just relational or functional. It's not necessarily tree-based. And the tree culturally continued. They're conceptual constructs, right? What counts as omnipotence or perfection, right? Vary by theological or philosophical framework. If our understanding of traits is limited or human constructed, right? Like defining divinity solely by them. It's just I don't want to pull that Lars said earlier, but it's just arbitrary, right? Like I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I don't accept quite a bit of what you just said, and I don't think you can give an argument for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, well, then what makes you to believe that traits would be able to define essence for these?
Well, I mean, see, do you want to actually argue any of those points that you made, or do you want to just push it back on me?
No, sure. I can do that. You ever heard of like conceptual relativity?
Not specifically. You want to go into it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it discusses sort of philosophical terminology. So different cultures.
What is human philosophy? Like, what's like? So there's regular philosophy, and then you qualify it by calling it human philosophy. Like,
well, I mean, I just want to know.
What is the human doing?
The human philosophical terms addresses humans.
What's like if you had not added the word human, would anything about what you said changed?
I mean, does it really matter? Do you really need to stick on one word?
Yeah, I really want to know why you added that.
I mean, why not?
No, my question isn't that. My question is, if I just remove the word, does the meaning of everything? We don't have to worry about what humans say. It's just like philosophies.
Yeah, sure. We'll put into that. So different cultures and religions define divine very differently. So divinity may not require traits at all. It would just be more about the existential status or the relational function or the power to create materiality. So saying God must have X, Y, and Z traits is like a human imposition. It's not a necessary condition, right? So therefore, your claim, based on fixed traits, can absolutely be questioned.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, for one.
Sorry, what is even this critique? Like, I don't even understand.
He's
are you saying because a human did conceptual analysis on theism, have different traits for divinity?
It's based off of traits. That's what I'm arguing.
Why not? Okay, I'm just like trying to follow what the critique even is. Go ahead, Elvia.
Because there's just is a stable thing you can look at for what's driving the traits, and it's more or less true of a lot of cultures. So I don't think it is culturally dependent. I think the fact that many cultures arrive to that truth is evidence of it not being dependent on culture.
Well, I can also be another argument, but we don't have to stick on this, like too long.
I don't think it's going to change a lot. Like the question, like, even if it is relative to my culture or my theology or something, that doesn't make it.
Basing it off of traits, not insane.
Yeah, but Christian, you haven't offered he's given you a battle, conceding that you don't have a critique against his monarchianism.
So he's making sure. I mean, there's no.
Thank you. Like he responded to you. And you said, let's move on. I mean, that seems like you're conceding that you don't have any objections against monarchianism. Do you want to do
but like even the critique itself is like, well, you can't define it like this because different cultures have different ideas about divinity. So like,
maybe you can be
like different cultures have different ideas about logic and ethics. Does that mean that we can't say that, hey, what I mean by ethics is this, because different cultures have. Do you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it makes sense to critique someone's understanding of ethics by saying, well, you can't define ethics that way because multiple cultures have defined ethics in different ways. Do you think that's that is what you said. But just to be clear, your point wasn't that, well, here's an obstacle to defining divinity in this way. It is rooted in this like cultural relativism, this like idea that, well, different cultures are going to have different understandings about what divinity is. Was that not your point?
So this is what I did.
Was that not your point?
Well, let me break down what I did. What I did
Well, can you answer yes or no?
I first brought up conceptual relativity.
No, but did I give you an accurate statement?
A statement of what?
Did I give you an accurate steel man?
Of what?
I was recapitulating the critique you made, and I asked you, is that accurate?
I said it was. I thought I did. I thought. Yeah.
Yikes. Let me just check something, Christian, because it doesn't seem to me like you even, gave Albino anything to really worry about. And I don't think Christianity is true, but like your attempt didn't seem to work. Is this conceptual relativity, whatever the term was you used, is that supposed to be a rebuttal against monoculism that Albino should not give up monoculism? Or is that you just like testing the waters or defining something? Can you tell me if that was supposed to be a rebuttal? Because I didn't hear.
Supposed to be optimism.
Sorry?
It was a point. It was supposed to be one of the points out of the many. Divinity or essence in a Trinitarian viewpoint, and he proceeded to dismiss it.
I told you why. I just dismissed that one. I told you why. I was willing to just want to disagree with.
Most Unitarians
You said a whole lot.
rebut using scripture or Christian. If you want to use scripture to like disprove the absence of Trinity, that's another good alternative.
That's not my one for me though, because I don't believe in Trinity from Scripture.
Christian, I'm a non-believer. I think Christianity is silly. But the point you made was that.
How do you get your doctrine if it's not the scripture? Like, where are you getting your doctrine?
Through the interpretation, I've been saying through the lens of the church fathers, through the lens of the
Standing through like this approach.
Okay.
Carrying God.
Hang on, man, before everybody goes off track. Christian, are you finished? How come you're still a Unitarian? Because his position seems to be not refuted one.
Yeah, so number one, I wasn't arguing Unitarianism, but I was arguing Unitarianism wrong.
Yeah, but he's arguing for Trinitarianism. And if that's true, presumably your view is false.
If we were arguing Unitarianism, I would have already converted him.
Yes, but
we are arguing.
Weren't you trying to undermine Trinitarianism?
I was undermining the traits to describe and define holiness.
Yes, but in pursuit of what?
Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, honestly, Christian, like, I'm not even trying to think the Trinity is total nonsense, but like, I still didn't really follow what you were saying there.
If you try again, I'm moving it down.
Well, you're the head.
Albino essentially hand waved my argument. It was like nobody cares about that when I mentioned that.
What was your argument?
I gave the argument that Jesus experiences evidence in pursuit of a larger argument that Jesus experienced dying on the cross, right? The Father did not. So
right.
There was that minimum of qualia of experience that the Father did not. They definitely had different mental states as well. Jesus thinks I have to die on the cross. The Father one has another
they have 100% of what it takes to be God, right? And they do not have the same mental state, even if they agree on the same goals, they cannot have the same mental state just due to the laws. Unless the argument he was making with a little g God, then you're gonna have partialism. And I put something in the chat too.
Focusing on one thing. What about this? What about this mental state business?
Well, let me just dispense with that real quick. Missions is possessing like all the true propositions or whatever. It's certainly at least typical convention on that. Has nothing to do with knowledge of experience. It's knowledge of propositions.
But it's not,
I don't really care
it's
about
not just that, because Jesus also had a quality that the Father didn't have.
I don't care.
I don't care.
No, but qualia, what he's saying is that qualia isn't the type of thing that the Father knows.
Exactly.
Like it's not the kind of knowledge Father has.
He can't have it.
Yeah, and that doesn't undermine omniscience.
I didn't say.
I'll say that the Father doesn't have. He can't.
See why we have said that, but clearly, like we can say there's a distinction, which obviously, like all Trinitarians accept there's a distinction between persons.
Right.
But he's saying something more than that. Obviously, he's saying the distinction is substantive enough that they can't be the same.
Right.
The same thing.
And I want the explanation of that. That's the rub. So give like the argument for why that makes them, the fact that there's any distinction means that they're like a different substance.
Do you think they have different minds?
Hold on, you had to tell. I didn't say substance at all.
I don't think you have to think they even have the church father like.
Well, what does it mean to have a mental state? Not mine.
I don't think you have to use those words either.
Why not?
But then that should be where you're saying, hey, I don't think.
Like ideas of mentality or things like
Of
that.
course not.
Although
they're not going to include my arguments that.
If you don't
That's not
mind,
what your arguments, bro.
although oftentimes when we talk about like we're in 2026, we have lots of concepts that we are going to want to implant on there. When we talk about persons, always we think of persons of having minds, and so when we think of Jesus or the Father, we think of having a mind. You just don't have to be committed to that to be a Trinitarian.
Right. Well, okay, then let me just ask.
No, sure, but I agree with that. Just saying what this guy is providing is something more than that. He's like not just saying here are some violations that you can't hold, or here's some commitments you have to hold. He's saying, well, here's a conceptual analysis of the Trinity. And like it doesn't work to just say, well, that's.
But also a quality of experience for a human being, because Jesus is fully human, right? According to Trinitarians and the Church and the Bible, is an experience that is distinct from a being that does not have that experience, which is the Father, which the Bible also backs up.
Yeah, I already grant that this is not a controversial premise. Controversial premise is the fact that they have two different qualities means they're two different beings.
Because qualia is something experienced by a being.
Yeah, we agree that no. Look, it is agreed on that there is a being there that they both reside in. God. They both do. It's the same one. You're trying to say no, it's two different ones.
Well, okay, if you want to make that argument, then that argument is like essentially the Cerberus argument when then you're talking about partialism. You can make
it's essentially the Cerberus analogy.
I wouldn't
Right.
say to share.
So in Cerberus, right, the left head of the Cerberus has a different Paulian experience than the right head, but they share, quote unquote, a being, although that I don't necessarily even agree with that, but for the sake of the argument, we can just say that, right? That's just going to be partialism. The left head of the Cerberus is still going to be.
Look, you don't even know what a part is. You know what is denied when we talk about divine simplicity in terms of proper partment?
Yeah, you don't believe that it's all part of one. You don't believe that
You're using the word part and I'm asking
You don't
what
believe
is a proper what is proper part?
by proper parthood. Never heard that term in my life.
Which is important for figuring out if things can be divided or
Okay, can you just explain it to me then?
yeah, it's something that you could take away and it would cease being. But it's a contingent feature of it. And nobody's these persons exist. They're necessary.
Right, and if they're not, okay, that was the argument I made earlier about atheity. So if you're saying it's necessary, then they're not, then there's no atheity. Because it's a necessary feature. You said they would cease being without the other one.
It's a contrapossible scenario. And aseity is talking about the Father. That's true.
Yeah, so you're saying, right, exactly. So you're saying Jesus, right, needs the Father needs Jesus, they would cease to be, which is a contradiction of aseity. The Father does not have aseity, right, because he needs Jesus. Belief is a contradiction.
Why does he need Jesus?
Because you just said, right, that there are proper parts that he would cease to even be
No,
God.
I denied that. I actually denied that. They're not proper parts.
They're not proper. They just have.
But that doesn't make them part.
And yet they're connected, right?
I don't know what connected means. Is that
You said earlier that that the Father needs Jesus and you can't envision one without the other. Maybe I'm wrong. Did you say that?
so far as there's a relation between them, yeah. For
Only for the relation then? So the relation is not necessary.
Look, the Father, it doesn't even make sense to talk about a Father without some kind of offspring, right?
No, okay, forget the.
It's
Okay, so
in terms of like being a father, like you have to have like progeny or
I think the word father is getting confused in the conversation. I'm talking about Yahweh.
I'm trying to
about Yahweh.
Okay, what is Yahweh? This
Universe, and there's no Jesus, and there's no Holy Spirit.
which logic?
Logically possible. It doesn't entail a
Yeah, which
contradiction.
one? Well, my
Proper classical logic.
I think logic is a subset of metaphysics. So I think that there could be many different worlds, metaphysical worlds, where there's different logics.
Let me ask you, Charles, I'm about something for a second.
If you're asking me about worlds that are like subsistent to like logical relations, that's not gonna really tell you about the order of like the way.
That the Holy Spirit is symbol of God's power.
It's a symbol of God's power.
Yeah, can the Holy Spirit be a symbol of God's power?
Doesn't seem kind of seem.
So with those 3 points being considered, and with the question you just asked you, is it logically consistent or possible for there just to be, the Father's God, Jesus, and, that, why can't there, in a logical consistency, I know in the Unitarian view, it's like, Jesus, the Messiah, he's not God, the Holy Spirit's like a symbol of God's power, the Holy Spirit's not God, but the Father is God. I mean, you have all what it could take to be Unitarian instead of Trinitarian, right? Not just based off of the 3 questions I just asked you. Why does the Trinity have to be your set belief? Like, you could just
is this criticism? I could be a Unitarian right now.
You could.
I also have no idea what you're saying.
But you just filled up all three slots to be considered Unitarian. Okay. The questions you just answered, the answers you just gave. So
I feel like I also fill all the slots of being a Trinitarian.
To be Unitarian.
Well, I mean, those are defining ones. I mean,
No, but because he could understand and agree to all of what you said. He can understand like the being a symbol of the power that could be understood metaphorically. Like a Trinitarian could say, yeah, the Holy Spirit is a symbol of the Father's power or of God's power. That doesn't mean they're necessarily not a Trinitarian. No, it's a bad coax. Because there are metaphorical understandings of those expressions that you can accept while maintaining that there are three, there's a triune Godhead.
yeah, I try. A does not equal A.
What scope are you asking the possible?
I don't even know because I mean I take like classical logic.
The biggest scope that I have?
Yeah, like I mean for me it would be classical logic, but I guess for you.
That's not for me.
Okay.
The biggest
Well,
scope that
then-
I have is like conceivability states. It's like
Yeah, can you
things that I can like even
Can you
make sense of.
That's fine. Can you conceive of a universe where there's just the Father and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit?
I can conceive of many, many, many things. And that includes that.
Okay, I don't know why you answered that. Well, okay, but fair enough. Okay, so then it's logically possible, right, that there's the Father and or not Father, sorry, there's Yahweh and there's no Jesus and there's no Holy Spirit. The Yahweh.
If your argument be like logically possible, it's not going to do you very much good.
No, just I mean.
Like trivialism is true. So
Yeah, so the Father, Yahweh, you take the Father, but Yahweh has everything needed to be fully God. And then what we find ourselves in this universe is a universe where, in addition to that, there is Jesus and there is the Holy Spirit, and he doesn't need them, right?
He doesn't need them in what sense?
In a logical sense, like to be fully God.
Do you remember when I said to you, like, you don't have to go through this if, like, I already think there's a lot of metaphysically possible where trivialism is true. Like, that world is going to say every single thing you could ever muster to say is true.
It's possible that there's a world where I can't give you an argument. I mean, I would just appeal the principle of float. I can't give you an argument against the Trinity where you're not able to just appeal to something like that.
I don't think explosion happens in this world. I think we happen to be in a world where LEM by valence is false. LEM probably dispensing a bit, although I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what you're. That's how you believe this world operates. I think you just discuss this world with logical possibility and the laws of logic, right? I mean, it seems like you're afraid. It seems like you're afraid to be like trapped in a corner and you're appealing. No, but what I just explained to you is if you believe that it's logically possible that be where the end of our dialectic is. I mean, you've essentially denied logic.
I don't. Do you hear what I said? Do you hear my response?
Yeah, it didn't address what I said at all.
Okay, well, just tell me what you think I said.
You said that doesn't mean we're in that world. We're in the world where logical, classical logic applies. Okay, but what I'm telling you is that if you believe that there's any world where it's possible that a fact is both true and false, then the principle of explosion will apply, because you can say that we're in the world where that's not true, but then guess what?
Different modality. So we're not holding fixed the same modality, because my first
Can be true given logic, right? Like, is it possible? Yeah, is it logically possible? I can jump. Yes.
In one no, we're not. We're doing it in one sense. That's one modality. You can describe what's possible under logic. You can describe what's possible under physics. You can describe what's
Yeah,
possible
I was
under
just about to say
biology.
that. I was just about to say that. So, like, okay,
Well, that's
it's not
inconsistent with what you said earlier.
It's not. No, I'm literally about to explain this. It's not possible for me to jump to the moon, right? But it's logically possible. It's the larger scope that I could jump to the moon right now, right? But it's not part of the metaphysics of this world. That he believes that it's possible there's a world where a fact is both true and not true at the same time. And what I'm saying is, if that's possible at all, right? When quote unquote using the phrase possible,
when you say
and
at
the
all,
principle of explosion applies.
see, you keep switching
in that world.
What you're holding. What's the possible world given classical logic? And you know what's an impossible world if we fix that? The trivialism world. Okay? That world's impossible. I agree with that too. But when you just give me, is it possible, or we don't fix any specific facts, and I'm able to like just kind of pick the ones I want, I can think metaphysical modality, I could think some other modality, anyone I want. Because you're not telling me what to specify as to what makes it even impossible. You're allowing me the
Logically possible. I'm talking about the laws of logic. Do you accept that the laws of logic would apply in any given world, no matter what?
when you say any given world, are you specifying modality?
Yeah, yes, classical logic.
Yeah. Yes, all of the possible worlds given classical logic are the worlds where classical
No,
logic
but
applies.
okay, but what do you do you think that there's a world where classical logic does not apply?
Yes, there are understand that. Listen to me very carefully. We're not talking about logic. We're talking about metaphysics. And in the metaphysical space, there are different logics that can be applied. And those are different. Those can be
Okay, I got you. So my argument is that logical possibility is larger than metaphysics, and it encompasses any given metaphysics, but still is what governs. My only response to that then is that it then employs the principle of explosion. If you think of whatever modality, I don't even care, is that it's possible that logical contradictions are true, right? In any metaphysical world that you think could exist, then I mean the conversation ends there, because you accept that contradiction to be true, and then hey, look, then maybe the Trinity is true.
I don't if we accept this logic, right?
But you don't. You believe it's possible. You said that.
When you say I believe it's possible, what's the modality?
It's in your view of metaphysics. Yeah, you believe that
But you can't hold me to a specific logic at that point, because right now
Sure,
you can
sure.
specify the logic.
Sure. And like
logical principle. Right now we're not even into a logical fix. It is true that I don't really, right now I
Here's
by valence. LEM I might.
Here's what, Charles, here's what he was saying. Imagine there's a bunch of pocket universes that he thinks are logically, or in some way metaphysically possible, I should say. And some of these pocket universes, classical logic doesn't hold, but like but that's the kind of logically, that's the kind of possible world. That's the kind of semantics he's using.
No, I get it. Yeah.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do.
Because you aren't. No, because you spent like the last 15 minutes arguing against it as though you didn't understand.
No, his metaphysics is that there is a world, a potential world, or his metaphysical possibility that classical logic does not apply.
Yeah.
That right. So I guess
right. Or in those worlds, you know, they got rid of disjunction introductions and
so fucking. Let me not say the principle of explosion. Then let me say that would just be the dead end of the conversation for me.
okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Can you tell me how the principle of explosion works without bivalence? I feel like you're just dropping that.
If someone's metaphysics accepts that logical contradiction to exist, then I'm not going to have any argument against the Trinity for that.
Yeah, you don't have an
I don't think that they accept
It's very, I would say it's very.
You don't have an argument, thank you.
Unpersuasive. Say whatever you want. It's very unpersuasive to, I would say, the vast majority of people who hold that logical possibility is going to be governing over metaphysical possibility. Accept that, then, yeah, I mean, it's just a conversation dead end. I don't know how, like, because showing a contradiction is.
Here, let me give you the intuition for why I don't accept that. Charles, do you think that logic is like something in your mind, or is it like the world is the logic?
Logic is the description for how the world operates.
Okay, but is that like a mind thing, or is that the way the world is? In your mind, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then a separate question. Do you think the world dictates the way your mind is, or that your mind dictates the way the world is?
I wouldn't use that verbiage, but
like the world, maybe I'll just rephrase it. The world constrained the way position than your spiritual position, because you think that the world must come prior to any like systems of like language, and so if language is constrained by the world, then it can't be any bigger than the constraint of the world. So either it's the same space or the world space must be bigger.
But you're both wrong. It's any given constraint is going to have to follow logic. Because even to describe it as a constraint or describe any of these things.
Look, I don't think you know what a logic means.
You think you've got me like trapped in some specific points, right? But all of your points are relying on classical logic too. Like that your point means its point. Yes, it does. Do you think the words that you're saying mean the words that they're saying?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with logic?
Okay, so any argument that you're giving right now.
To be a logic. Like what counts as it being alive?
What counts as what being logic?
Like, why isn't this shampoo bottle a logic?
Logic is not like a thing that's like physically touched.
No, I'm asking what are the requirements to be counted in the logic?
I don't even understand that question.
Okay, you don't think English is math, right?
Actually, in ways it is.
That one of them is different and counts as something else rather than the other thing.
Sure.
Right. And I'm asking what makes something count as a logic. I'll just fucking tell you because this is like gonna go north. Look, logics have to have it's a system for deriving truth. You do not need to derive anything, even if you can.
Any system that you're gonna bring up, right, is trying to rely on logic.
I'm
You're
saying
utilizing logic.
to say a proposition does not require logic. It just doesn't. Because you don't
fundamentally disagree with that.
Okay, what's the inference? If I just say there is a car, why do I need to infer?
Is car, right? There it is refers to the specific location. Right? But the location is the
If I grant you all of the laws, that will still not get you to logic. Those three laws are not sufficient for logic. You understand that?
Yes, you.
Oh my god. Are you like combating me on this? Do you actually understand this? Or?
Yeah, I understand that you use the laws of logic.
No.
You use them.
My question is very similar to, have you ever taken logic courses?
I took philosophy like once in college.
Okay, so not logic. Like the formal system logic.
Well, I mean, it was like philosophy 101, so we focused primarily on logic. But yeah, I took that in college back in the day.
Oh, 101 is primary logic.
No, it wasn't primary. A to B, not necessarily A. Like shit.
Oh, yeah. Well, that might be about logic, and that's fine. But
that's what we take most of the class. I mean, it's just forever. I'm not claiming to be an expert. You clearly know more about the shit than me. But...
Well, look, then just don't be so combative when asking me to defend is like, well, tell me really why like 8 minus 5 is 3. Like,
I'm not involved with that. I'm not asking you to do that.
Isn't what you're claiming, albedo, is that doesn't have isn't that gonna be, it's gonna have a truth value, right? Like what you're saying. Like the proposition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So wouldn't that just
that doesn't get you the derivation.
That assumes the logic.
No, propositions by themselves can just be like possibly true or false. You mean that's fine.
No,
like propositions could have Boolean values or, two-valued logic or whatever.
Yeah,
If
that's
you're
why
saying
any
proposition just is something that's
sure. That way you can have more than one, two values.
Logics within the domain of classical logic. It seems like this person has like a semi-colloquial understanding of what logic is.
well, maybe I have less than that, but I'm just trying to make sure as far as what Albedo's saying here. Albedo, are you saying the proposition that you're putting forward can be both true and false?
No.
So it's either true
that
or
was
false.
never the stuff we were just talking about. I said you can have a proposition and have no logic.
But you said it's metaphysically possible there's a world where proposition is both true and false, right?
That's a different.
Answer your robotic.
I'm just.
Yeah, but that's something.
I don't know. If you're trying to revert all the way back to that, Andrew, we can talk about that.
Well, that's not what we're talking about right now.
No. I'm talking about damn about propositions don't require logic, or there's no logic.
you saying that the proposition can be both true and false? Did you say no or yes? Okay. So is that not implying law of non-contradiction?
No.
Aren't propositions supposed to be bearers of true value?
Yeah,
I think that's
I thought they might.
or possibly either true or false.
Yeah, but wait.
That's what it means to be a not relevant to this.
So you're saying you're saying that doesn't necessitate implying any logic or there's no logic inherent. But don't.
Logic are about inferences.
So if a proposition must have a truth value, and it cannot be both true and false at the same time, then how is that not?
But I'm not saying that. I just told you.
Wait, saying what?
I'm not saying it can be those things.
I know, I just said you're saying that it can't.
Albedo is saying this is not a requirement. But what you asked him, Andrew, was do you affirm this? Correct. Like you're asking Albedo, do you think that the law of non-contradiction holds? And he's responding yes. But what he said to you that you misunderstood, he's saying the proposition itself. But what you asked was, do you affirm it? So when you ask Albedo, he's just saying he personally thinks that the law of non-contradiction holds. Yeah, I think that's a true law. In this ruling. Because Andrew, what you were asking, Andrew, is something like, hey, do you think this is true of the propositions or possible of the propositions? And he said yes. And then you said, so do you think that it can be true and false at the same time? He says no. That confuses you, but those are different questions. But I understand where you were going with it, though.
Well, wait, don't. You do believe that it's a necessary feature of a proposition for it to have a true value.
Well, if you count neither as a true value, then sure. And
okay.
Speechless, even.
Isn't
You're in the matrix.
What the best
you have to So propositions can be put forward without employing any kind of logic.
Correct. You can ask Sully.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
I don't know why they're asking that. It seems like very obvious to me. Like, logic's just employ proposition. It's kind of like saying, Andrew, like, can you just put forth a number, like 34? And you're like, yes. And then you're asking, well, can I add to 34 so that it becomes 38? It works. And you're like, oh. You can just put forth a number, but the formalism, like the formal structure that you then use to manipulate those numbers, that you don't have to agree to some specific. It's not entailed that you apply classical arithmetic to those numbers. Like you can use some other formalism, some other formal framework. But the number itself can just be put out there in the world. 36, okay. But what can you do with 36? Oh, that's where the formalism of, you have this arithmetic or that arithmetic, in classical arithmetic, you can't take the square root of a negative number, but in complex analysis, you can.
That's completely.
Well, it was in the stuff like this, like the tangent comes in disputed and some term that was not understood properly, and then you get into these tangents. No, it wasn't.
This all kind of stemmed from the story because I said that metaphysical modality was broader than logical and they lost their minds.
Well, they did.
But Andrew, does that analogy make sense?
Well, I heard what you're saying. I mean,
The analogy makes sense.
But most of the time people are just kind of want to say like, you're talking about the wrong logic then or something, right? Like, so you should actually adopt a different logic for metaphysics. If you think that, he's wrong in logic.
Look, I'm open to like people giving arguments. At least I try to give Charles the intuition for what I'm doing. But
Did you get the analogy?
Yes.
Okay.
If Albedo is putting forward a proposition to Charles, and it's employing the law of identity and non-contradiction.
yeah, I don't think it is. It's just a proposition.
But wait. Isn't it built into what it means to be a proposition that it must be either true or false?
No. Proposition is fair.
Yeah,
Possibly true.
being referenced.
Okay, can I find this once only so we
Yeah. A proposition has a truth value, right?
Okay.
A truth or it's capable of, or it's truth act to make it from that. Now, obviously, there are systems.
Except that, except by valence.
If I just can't proposition.
Well, that
In
seems
this
kind
world,
of.
I think by valence it's false. In the actual world, I think
I
by
think
valence it's false.
what's going on is like Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah, no, that's great. You might, yeah, absolutely.
Andrew's talking about logic.
No, we got it.
Come on, man. Andrew's talking about logic at a meta level, and Albedo is talking about logic like a logical system level.
We all are. Exactly.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are. Anyway, Andrew, what was the question you were going to ask?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
It's not about propositions. Like, well, a lot of identity gets complicated because there's a couple different ways of thinking about it. But like, usually, like, when you see it in first order logic, it's saying like, it's for all.
You study meta logic solely, then you understand how Andrew's actually correct.
There's something that seems. At the end there, when Albedo said that, to the context in which Albedo said that, it feels like kind of like there's some hidden commitments there. I don't think Charles would have been privy to at the time. That he can say, well, yeah, that's actually what I have operating in the background. And I don't think that's what is being carried when he says, like, this is the proposition I'm putting forward. Like, I don't think that's.
No, but that's a different issue.
Well, I'm kind of couching it. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, he said he believes it's a metaphysically possible world facts for what's true and false. That's what started this. So like putting out, I agree with Bob that putting out a proposition is 34, right? 34. So like
34 is not a proposition. He used my analogy. Yes.
Hold on.
No, that was.
Bob, can you give an example of a proposition that has no?
That they have truth values. But like, what kind of truth value? How many there are? If it can be true, none of that is entailed. But the proposition in and of itself.
What is constitutive?
What is constitutive? No. So it's constitutive of propositions that they have truth values, that they're semantic constructs. They're semantic constructs that have truth, that are truth bearers.
What about truth gap logics, Bob?
What about them?
Yeah. Do you think that on those there's a truth value?
Yeah, because of propositions.
There are logics where there is a truth value, which is like and. I get it. So gap in truth value is a truth. Yeah. Makes sense.
Wait, so like, I don't know if you heard it or B, but like whatever. You don't like it. That little part there when they were having the back and forth, because it felt like when Alvito put that forward, I just don't understand how that's not. I always understood that to be couched in these laws. Alvito's presupposing those, at least in this context, he was presupposing those, but putting them out there. Like arguing, right? I mean, yeah, I'm usually just assuming everybody's like applying classical logicalism. Yeah, sure. Yeah. But if you're getting into like the weirder logics, then yeah, this is not right. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think he took a shift in that direction. I mean, so the way that it's being presented, I think
he did take a shift in that direction.
Well, no, sorry, that's not what I would say. I mean, the backdrop.
No, but like very early on in the pushback, in this particular exchange that started after the other guy was made to bring it into these like, hey, I don't accept this principle, I don't accept that logic.
Yeah. The principle of explosion thing, though, when you brought that up, Charles, and he said, well, no, because you were saying like, look, unless you're gonna be employing some logic here, like you have to be just to be putting forth these propositions to me. Like to put them forth to me, you need to be employing, the logic or the classical.
No, but that's wrong. That's confusing.
Yeah, because he was going to hold it to like some global thing, and I said, well, if we're already fixing the logic, we're going to get certain, worlds that are possible or impossible. But that's not world. Like you asked me to think of the largest scope. That's not the one for me because logic doesn't do that. I said that like if I wanted to pick the largest scope, it's like conceivable or something.
So you think there is a thing to be mentioned here though, Alvito, which is like okay, really inclusive metaphysical modality, right? But there's going to be like a logic that corresponds with that probably, and then that was my point.
But that one's going to be like weighted. Yeah, it's gonna be way like if we're gonna like try to figure out what that is, it's gonna be way subclassical.
The issue here is that if you bring it back to Trinity, this is a red herring. This whole conversation is a red herring because it doesn't address the issue that's at hand. When you talk about Trinity, when you talk about Trinity and incarnation, this topic. So contradictions, they can't exist in a coherent world. And that's what we're dealing with, a coherent. Jesus, this is undermining your claim anyway, which is a single being. So if we create,
you're putting the cart up 2 kilometers before the horse, right?
No, are you a Muslim, Al?
Yes, you are.
I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, I like it. Be nice to Al. I like him.
I like him too.
I don't have any commitments like that. He sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah, but just because you can't address the issue, insulting just makes you look like a dumbass.
What makes you think I can't address the issue?
So you don't understand.
I'm just saying you're confused about what the scope of this particular context is.
No, I'm not.
we exhausted the possible world.
Well, no, I want to understand.
So would you say
I'm not saying he's gonna say that's up.
Okay, you've entirely disqualified yourself from this convo.
You can create a fictional, constructed world, but we're dealing with Jesus here.
I mean, there are people like J.C. Beale who think that there's a dialectic solution to the problem of the Trinity. He just makes the two contradictions.
Right. So if Albino says there's going to be a possible world where trivialism is true, and then like that's is that are you saying that? So you're saying when you hear that, that's not employing. There's not like the background commitment to.
If somebody is saying trivialism,
and there's a this is what Albino said. There's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true, and then
I was sort of being a little bit with that. I don't know which worlds are actually all the logics that are metaphysically possible outside of like maybe a handful. But like I was just throwing something out there. It was the first thing that came to mind.
That's fine. I'm just trying to understand if this makes sense. So saying that there's a metaphysical world in which trivialism is true, saying that to Charles is though, hey, I'm putting this proposition forward to you, and you should accept this is, what I believe, and I'm putting this forward to you. Is that not relying on at least a couple laws of logic? I mean, I don't know.
Can we finish up?
If you really.
Yeah, so the original claim that you make it.
Isn't there some, isn't that an implicit presupposition or whatever of laws of logic, at least, whatever classical laws of logic?
I mean, wait, what is it? Okay, what is it that you're saying implicitly assumes the classical law?
Because he's putting forward the proposition he's saying this is true, this is what I affirm. I'm saying there's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And Charles said, well, look, even just telling me that, just by you putting that proposition forward, you are employing classical laws of logic. I mean,
that's clearly wrong.
So you're saying it's so.
Because one thing's true, that means like globally it must hold or something, and that's what laws was.
Understanding of logic. The idea is like a glut is what a dialectic says exists, right? Where there's some proposition that's both true and false, right? So if they just go up to you and say, well, hey, it's true, right? That doesn't mean that they're, assuming not a contradiction, right? Because it's true and false.
I mean, he doesn't, I know, but Albino doesn't think it's true and false, right?
No, I understand. There's a deep issue with what Albino's saying. The deeper is what Albino said, which is something like there's a general notion of what a logical truth is, right? And a general notion of what a logical truth is that it's something that's going to hold across all conditions or contexts, right? Alignment, like whatever logic you're using to do metaphysics, right? That should be your logical modality, right? I think. Right.
inclusive than that, right? Which is another way of saying like classical logic is not the right logic for doing metaphysics, basically.
Yeah, the way that the way that Sully's trying to frame it, I actually probably would agree that there is some kind of principles of derivation that we can apply, and in that way, I probably would just say metaphysical and logical when I like collapse. But those, I'm saying the formal systems that we have, like currently, those are like possible worlds, and they're a subset of metaphysics. And that's it.
What does any of this have to do with the Trinity?
No, it's fine. We can get off that. That makes sense.
See, the point was, I was trying to get to something about the Father Yahweh, right? And then he said, look, I believe that there's a possible world where true, metaphysically, right? So, if he's committed to that, then I can't give any argument for the Trinity that he couldn't then just appeal to, well, it's at least possible on lights, right? That's the case. So, I mean, to me, it just renders the conversation kind of meaningless, like personally.
No, that's actually not the criticism I have with what you're trying to do. Is if you assume classical logic, I already, for one, and I mean like all the classical rules, like propositional logic or something, then I already think we're outside of the actual world. Okay? Because I don't think classical logic is the correct logic for this world. So we are already outside of that.
Interested in continuing to try to debate that.
Okay, well.
Not as much as you and so and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to listen to. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna deny that, every possible world, the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic are gonna apply, and to me, that's where the conversation stops.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, not the principle of explosion, but yeah, just personally. I mean,
no, I get what you're saying, Charles. I can understand that. I can see where you're coming from.
Like that. This is kind of interesting in an academic way. I think that I'll say this.
Why do you keep bringing up the explosion? I didn't understand that.
I'll say this. Like, I think that if the goal is to defend the Trinity to layman's or even that making that claim, that's kind of a way that felt a little bit to me, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, kind of like as a way to. And I think that that's not going to do a lot of defending the Trinity to most people, including the Christian Andrew here. And I'll just say that.
I think he's held to these. I think he's held to these views before he was a Christian. No, I think he's had some.
Fair enough. I'm just saying.
I also don't think I can assume classical logic, and I don't think there's any contradiction. I don't think I need to get any of that stuff.
Well, wait.
If we're asking about my actual beliefs, then
yeah. Which laws do you think? What about? I'm just curious. We can go right back to wherever you guys want to go. It's fine. I'm just curious. No. But what do you think? You said there's plenty of debate.
You're Reagan. I think you're trying to say there's plenty of stuff. Reasons. Again, to And I think if you give up bivalence, you have to give up classical logic. Pretty sure. classical logic's a little bit of a fuzzy concept in itself, but I'm pretty sure if you give up by valence, you are already subclassical. But I might be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Wait, but so you agree that you can make?
I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah, those ones are kind of strange, but obviously if you get to LEM being false, definitely not subclassical.
Oh, what about non-contradiction?
I accept
What about non-contradiction?
I do.
Oh, I hope so. What about identity?
that's why I was confused as to what this other person he kept bringing up explosion. And I didn't understand.
Well, what about identity?
Well, I mean, deceive him a lot, but sure.
That's correct.
Generally, yes. Like if you're talking about like first order logic, X equals X.
There's first order logic with identity is when you get the equal sign. And it's funny because Tomaszewski made this point when he was debating Danny about the Trinity, which is it was kind of funny. Danny messed that up real bad.
So, yeah, but you think that the Trinity is consistent with classical logic, right?
Yeah, I think that there are a few different consistent interpretations of the Trinity. I think relative identity is like your best bet if you're going to go with classic interpretation. Danny did oh, sorry. Danny did how in that debate? Sorry, I just didn't hear it all. But I thought he did pretty bad, but Chris Tomaszewski is like a legit ass philosopher, so it's not the case. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry about that. So can we go back to the is the Trinity? Sully has written in the chat that it can be possible.
There you go.
Trinity is the, but how is it like using modalism or something? Like what are the ways to
But relativity, the kind of identity that you apply even in classical logic is not built into classical logic. You get like Leibnizian identity. And so you can use relative identity.
Yeah, so there's absolute identity and then there's relative identity where identity is relativized to a sortal predicate. So like the idea is like you can have a sortal predicate like, I don't know, like let's say something counts as an apple, right? So you have X and Y, they both count as apples and they happen to count as the same apple. So like between X and Y you count one apple, right? Different G's, and this is like the formal structure that's used for relative identity. So you can think of it like this, like identical. It's these two things are identical relative to a sortal predicate, right? And if you do it that way, yeah, you can give a consistent formal interpretation of the Trinity, but then there's still like a bunch of kind of like semantic work that you have to do further from there, but it does resolve like the formal contradiction at least.
Without
So
following.
you mean that like father is equal to and not double equal to G and son. So basically father and son
The transitivity.
Okay.
Because its transitivity is assuming an argument that's
That's correct.
Give me an example of like relative identity.
your people. So like Marcus is the same person as you're doing all this.
Sunny or Eric?
So that guess is the same.
Yeah, most people want to think like the personal identity. Maybe it does change, but like there might be like I am.
But I think Marcus wants like an analogy.
That's a different thing, right? So
Yeah, yeah.
Give me the apple and the don't use that.
You don't have the same person in different times.
Yeah, but it's they hold the same data.
But that's like an example, a classic example of relative identity, which I really like the analogy that's used is like material hydromorphism, like array small over like array solves the problem material constitution. Sorry.
Yeah, that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like there's this problem in metaphysics, problem material constitution, which
which asks like the relationship between an object and the thing that it's made out of, right? And obviously, there's a distinction between the object and the thing that it's made out of. Right? It doesn't seem to fit our intuition, right? Like if you have a wooden table that's made out of wood, object. So you apply relativity there. You say like the wood and the wooden table are one and the same sort of predicate, same one but distinct things, right? They're counted as one material object, or the lump of clay and the statue. The lump of clay and the statue are the same clay sort of but distinct forms or isomorphs, if you want to apply like Aristotelian notions.
Just the idea is just they're the same of one thing but a different of
Correct.
another.
That's correct.
So if you have one lump of clay, Nargis, you can make it into one figure, right? And then you can smoosh it together. You're dealing with the same exact atoms, and you can make another figure.
Correct.
So in one sense, it's the same thing because it's the same atoms. But in another sense, they're different things because they're different images. Like they're
This is absolutely true what Bob says. I think like Michael Ray takes it a little bit further because like the problem with result in like modalism, right? You just have these different times, right? Michael Ray expands the view a bit by saying, look, you can't have multiple distinct hylomorphic compounds at the same time simultaneously, like with the pillar and the statue would say, like, you know, like you have the lump of clay, you form it into like a pillar and a statue simultaneously for one and the same clay, right? Michael Ray here takes it a little bit further than the traditional Aristotelian view where he says, well, then we would count these as two isomorphic compounds, the pillar and the statue, but they're counted as one material object, even though these are two distinct isomorphic compounds. So that, yeah, you would have a real distinction between the two isomorphic compounds. They're fully the clay sortal, right? Each one, but they're not counted as two clay objects, but one clay object, because they're made out of the same lump of clay that involves, like, play the whole role of isomorphic compounds, and here we go. That just
How are you sure that the father has acidity, right?
yeah, this depends on the model. Like there are Trinitarians who say like the father is absolutely identical to the essence, and like the person. That's like the monarchical view, I think. Like,
I know that.
I don't take that view. I think the view that the three persons are relatively identical to the essence. So the essence of what is. Sorry?
Why don't you take the monarchical one?
Oh, like there's many issues with it. I think like it is tritheistic, but I think like it'll be like explain it further.
Your mom is scared for the Trinity. I think it will result in tritheism.
Sorry?
I still think. I said your God is scared relative identity. It will result.
Monarchical Trinitarians are. I mean, they'll say there's one big G God, right, which is going to be the Father in the nominal sense, as he's the source. Then there's like two other small G's in the predicative sense, right? They're fully divine, the Son and the Spirit. The problem with that is you will have to concede that in some sense there are three gods, right? Yeah. But it's still. I mean, you can still say it's monotheistic in the sense that it has this one source. For a lot of people, it is. For a lot of people, that's fine. Like for a lot of people, that resolves the issue for them. For me, it's not aesthetically pleasing to me, right? Say that in some sense there are these three gods. It's not pleasing to me, right, to say that. For me,
It is three gods.
It's
not aesthetically pleasing, or is it like?
gods, small G gods, especially when we're talking to Muslims, right? In some sense, right? But in other sense, it's monotheistic. If you're counting,
Peter was saying, like, if it's qualitative, then it's just like how how it's motivated or how it's understood. So he was saying some time ago, like if it's qualitative, then yeah, I mean, no one ever says like there are three gods, right? Although that is the actuality of the minority model.
Correct.
It's saying like
That's
so
what's
it's not quantitative, so it's kind of cool. So I mean that's not the model. I like that model, but I think it has troubles.
The model is good because it doesn't, like, growth mindset is very controversial, right?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really like it, that it can be construed as
Yeah,
like,
it sounds like a cool.
Trinitarianism avoids these controversial relations that one might like incur as a cost in its metaphysical system, right? Like you're not adopting the identity. That's like the cool thing about remarkable Trinitarianism, I guess. But I don't like to say that in one sense there are these three small g gods. It doesn't boast well for me.
That would be like the equivalent of contingency, right? Of son to father, for example. That would be the necessary entailment. And that a small g does follow a capital G. It's actually
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
That's not bad.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what do you think about personal identity? So specifically, I'm asking this because you said we have to adopt controversial identity assumptions. It seems to me that doing personal identity, like your identity over time,
That's not bad.
you're already committed to these as you were 20 years ago, in some sense.
Yeah, you can say like it could motivate rather than identity and say, no, actually, we have to accept it in a way if you want to say like you're the same person over these periods of time, right? Actually, like some people have divided rejoinders that have like Venus, for example, and say, well, actually, a really good solution to the problem of personal identity over time is A theory of time. Like if someone is an A theory of atheist,
I think you mean B theory.
no, actually, no. So if you're an atheist of time, you didn't really exist 5 minutes ago because the past was
Like, come on, man.
It's only on pragmatism that the past doesn't exist. There's A theories where the past does exist. But Venus was assuming that the A theory of time that says that the past doesn't exist, right? From there, the problem for personal identity would exist, right? Because the past and the future don't really exist, it's only the present.
Because there's still the proposition that you were the same person. They still make meaningful statements about the past and the future.
Well, I guess like on A theory of time where the past doesn't exist, there wouldn't be this relations that we're asked to state what it is, right? Because you don't treat
not so much about relations, it's about explaining the truth of certain propositions. Like proposition, you were the same person that you are now has a true value on A theory of time, right? Because the true value propositions about the past on A theory.
I don't know, maybe, right? Yeah, but I do agree with you, like, generally, right? Like, this is a problem, right? Personal identity through time. I don't feel like
there would be actually certain people adopt perdurance theories, as in you exist as person stages, but the entire person is composed of person like parts. Like a really bizarre,
I mean, these other answers, like, oh, there's like a billion, I go down throughout these different time intervals, or there are these billion parts of this one person. It doesn't seem to fit my intuitions and others, right?
So there's like the time worm version where you're just like, yes, that's the perdurance account. So thank you.
Well, there's different interpretations of that. There's endurantism too, and there's like, basically, once you're talking about time worms, then you can treat part and whole relations separately.
Okay, yeah,
sure. Why you always do that?
Well, the overarching point here is that if you reject these so-called controversial identity assumptions, then you have to adopt something like time worms or person stages perdurance accounts, which seem equally problematic.
that's another good point you brought up. Functional identity is another example where identity persists despite the differences in properties between two different objects.
You say it's a subsistent relationship, and Coptic would say it's a real hypostasis. It's just less abstract on the Coptic view.
Yeah, so it seems to me there are no good arguments against the relative identity view.
I don't think there are like good arguments. Like at the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of intuition, right? Like some people, I was just saying it's controversial. I don't think there's going to be an argument per se.
But the natural intuition people have is it leads them to relative identity. It doesn't lead them to the idea that
I agree.
Just as a person stage, and right now you're just time worm. That's a really bizarre view that philosophers have conjured up.
I agree. I think actually, also I really like relative identity just as a standalone solution to the problem material constitution, right? Like asking the question of an object and the thing that it's made out of, the relationship between them. I think relative identity does a really good job in solving that. For me, at least, it fits my intuition to apply relative identity.
When was relative identity introduced?
I think Pierre Geach formally introduces it in 1916, right? Writing paper.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Geach was an atheist that had nothing to do with theism.
No, this is Thomism. This is Thomism. What we're talking about.
Yeah, people might say like Aristotle, like Michael Ray makes the point that relative identity actually goes back to, but he never uses the formal term relative identity, right? CG, right? So there's a distinction between them, but yet they're counted as one thing, right?
Like the ship of Theseus thought experiments would be like some Greek philosophers preferred relative identity solutions to the ship of Theseus.
Yeah, some people argue that. Yeah. So they'll say it's not like a new concept, but formally speaking, using the term relative identity and formalizing it was not like reached in the 1960s.
There's not some implausible fringe view that theists or Christians have come up with to solve Trinity, the problem of the Trinity.
Yeah, like Michael Ray believes that the church fathers now actually held to like a form of relative identity when drawing out the doctrine of the Trinity.
It's not the kind of worry that you should even be concerned with, because whether something is
Relative identity by providing in these different contexts, right? Like isomorphism, material constitution, personal identity over time. Once you accept relative identity because of these, then you can apply to the Trinity, right? So at this point, it doesn't become ad hoc, the move that you make by applying relative identity to the Trinity.
Yes, seems to me in like regular mundane situations we use, people apply the concept of relative identity.
Correct. That's the claim Michael Ray makes. Like, let's say you have a piano that's made out of wood, right? A wooden piano.
the piano, but the art isn't even counted. Like the wood is supposed to be the part of the piano.
Well, I think if
personally,
some units of the piano, when they cut them up in pieces of wood, or bend them, or it's still the same substance. So, yeah, but there's different qualities in using different that substance in different ways, and bending it or cutting it into whole pieces and so on and so forth. It's still made from the same substance.
Yeah.
So accurate. So if you sold the piano and the piano was cut down and made into a chair, then do you say that the piano and the chair are distinct, but the absolute identity is the same?
Yeah,
I don't think we would do that, right?
yeah, maybe recently, if you modify, this analogy, maybe we wouldn't maybe you can construct like different analogies in which we wouldn't apply relative identity there. Usually we wouldn't count these as two objects in the piano, and we would just count this as one wooden piano object, right? Even though there's a distinction between the wood and the piano. So by applying absolute identity, you would count them as two objects, but here we count them as, but usually the way we count these things is by saying that there's one object there. That would be an analogy of relative identity, because we are acknowledging there's a distinction, but we're not counting them as two objects. That's what absolute identity relations dictate for us to do. And from there, we are actually accounting by relative identity, as Michael Ray would suggest. And we do that often with many different other types of scenarios. When it comes to your constitution and stuff. Like, for example, if you have your hand and you fold it into a fist, right? I apologize if I interrupted Bob. Bob, maybe you wanted to speak and I kept interrupting you. I apologize.
No. What I'm trying to say is that our method is using philosophical and metaphysical explanation. They're using a mystical and patristic explanation, the Coptics. So this is the difference. They could it's a mystery. But the Catholics are very comfortable with using this language.
I mean, that's correct. Like, people claim that Eastern Orthodox or Anti-Orthodox, these Eastern churches are very mystical. They don't have these very sophisticated methods to explain away these doctrines, right? Well, I mean, I like to engage with, like, analytical philosophy, right? I like to engage with maybe people who are not Christian and try to explain away using these different metaphysical notions, right? Give these metaphysical stories about these doctrines, right?
Let's go appeal to intuition then, please. Thank you.
Do you have a better explanation other than relative identity?
What do you mean? I'm a Thomist, so Thomist doesn't use the exact model of it because this was something he spoke about before they finalized. So if he wanted, I mean, it'd be nice if it's possible that we use the Thomistic framework, and then you guys can pick apart that. But when we have these general terms or we use general adjectives. If we're going to attack the Thomistic model, we stick to the way, and then you guys try to steel man Thomistic model and give us your objections. But just saying relative identity and an analytical sense is going to drive us away from what Thomas is saying, or Thomistic view is saying. But so let's use the metaphysical baggage that the Thomists are using, and then argue from there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but that rarely happens because so much. He wrote so much about his life that he has so much writing. People don't like him. No one's really ever going to be an expert. No one's ever really an expert in Thomistic theology, so it's very.
But a lot of people have the problem with I guess like a lot of people would say, especially philosophers, that Thomism is like there's a lot of gibberish and a lot of intelligibility. Venus makes that argument, like Venus is right, Bob? Yeah.
Nonsense. Well, that could be an argument that you could bring up. That could be an argument that you bring up, but first you would have to steel man Thomistic view, and then demonstrate why it's gibberish.
All they have to do is ask what you mean like when you make these statements, right?
Like what statement?
Like for example, what does that mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
The persons are real distinctions. They're not separate beings.
No, I'm talking about like.
There's no distinction in the essence, but there's distinction between the relation of origin. You're just going to ignore that and not look into what I said. I'll put it in the chat.
No, but maybe try.
And you're just going to use, analytical philosophy. Then we're going to be talking past each other.
Yeah, like we could. Yeah, like for example, also when you say like there's a minor virtual or major virtual distinction, there's like 13 different distinctions between objects. It's like right, like
bro, it's like exponentiality, bro. Stop, it's so nice.
Oh, so bad.
I mean, that's the way, Charles.
I think
first of all, I don't think potentiality for us to explain God. So I'm not. Maybe you guys are used to talking Muslims. They use that word. I don't use that word.
It's the worst.
Well, neither do the Thomists because they don't think God has potentiality.
God cannot have potentiality because it's an actualized being. Why are we giving potentiality is for one of the contingent beings?
Yeah. We're saying it is the case.
God is actualization itself. So why would a God of potential is the making of a weaker God?
The Son does what the Father does. If you want, I can pull up the verse. I'm just using. I'm kind of like summarizing the verse, but
Son is what the say, or what the Father did, what the Son does. There we go.
Look at this cat.
I guess, Bob. If we say anything, I guess you could say it like that and just ruin every conversation. I mean, that's possible.
That's by the way,
It's John 5:19. So I'll explain it. It says the Son can do nothing for himself, but only what he sees the Father do. But whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. That's John 5:19. These have deep metaphysical meanings. Framework of the Trinity. Yeah, Bob. I guess if you're not interested in the conversation, we could switch it. You could change the conversation. Let's just change the conversation.
It's very deep.
Yeah, see.
The wills are aligned.
Right now, breathing the chant will be there. So what I'm saying, your argument that you think that the incarnation is a logical contradiction, or like it's not compatible with classical logic. Okay, yeah.
I made a lot. The problem is like these people want to assume a lot of stuff in the background. And I said some things in response to what he was saying, even if maybe part of it was indirect. I said, he was trying to put forward as like, if he shows something is logically possible, that means he's ruled out like the actual world. But logically possible kind of assumes a very specific logic, which I may or may not even be agreeing to.
Yeah.
If he's assuming classical logic, I'm already disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think classical logic is the one that describes this.
Yeah. You have a lot of lying bitches in the side chat.
This universe or this world that somehow that vindicates classical logic. Real world and therefore classical logic. Fucking.
Well, classical logic is what we deal with in the real world, so we. In the real world, bro.
Yeah, in the real world, talk about paradigmatic logic, talk about the trade.
His argument was like, if I can show a difference between
don't people realize?
Yeah, but that doesn't come.
You literally have no fucking idea what you're talking about, man. Like, go read the fucking movie.
Every Trinitarian agrees that they're different persons.
Exactly. So it was an intuitive response. It was like, wow, distinct persons, distinct thoughts.
Yeah, but that saying, because my feels.
Bro, it's not even a long time. What's wrong with your bro?
It was fun.
So, but yeah, I mean, if he wants to make the argument that distinction there for different being, I kept asking, I asked him twice.
Did you introduce him? Did you tell him or else?
Well, I did say that first, but I never actually got touched on him.
Yeah, so that would have solved the.
But I don't understand. He had really strong opinions about the semantics and the logics, but he like also freely admitted that he read very little on the topic and wasn't really sure about the meta-logic aspects of it. Like, well,
The minute you say three distinct persons, like his first response, anyone's first response would be wow, three gods. Like that's what they should engage.
I'm making like why would you be really committed to something and also say, but I don't really know much about this topic.
Yeah.
Oh, you're wrong. You're more than me about this topic, but also you're really, really wrong. And I'm like, okay.
It's just listen. If a Muslim is objecting against the Trinity,
It's
it's
not
because there's something about it. It's something about it that they want it to be true, right? There's something about that. Well, it sounds like a Muslim objection when we keep saying to you, no, the persons are not beings.
It was an atheist guy. Charles was having this argument with.
Al is the one making comments in the chat.
Oh, Al.
No, I was someone. But he can come up. I invited him back up to make the argument if he wants to.
Yeah, this is the reason why, like, engaging in Trinity with some Muslims. That's why I commend Mikhail, because at least he gives an explanation. He breaks it down.
Look up the Lord's house.
He's not good.
Always on the topic of dumbass. Anyway, Al, you can make the argument if you want to.
Yeah, what I wanted to do was bring it back to the actual topic of Trinity. That's what I wanted to do. So that's not
No, that's fine. It was changing the topic from what we were talking about.
What happened was Albedo pointed at something shiny, you all jumped up to too dumb to realize otherwise.
Yes. There was a tangent about something they disagreed on.
Yeah.
So you were in fact changing the current topic.
Relevant to the
Thank
topic.
you. Now you say.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
I feel whether the Trinity is possible in some other universe with other logics will fuck you.
Exactly.
That's not what was said, you fucking retard.
Exactly. And he's talking about the reality is that
Even Marcus understood, even Andrew understood.
No, they didn't. He had questions. He wasn't tracking. He was like, well, he wondered a bunch of stuff. And then he didn't really like object to the responses he was given. How is he the one tracking? Fucking moron.
Yeah, I love
There's a proposition. Get the fuck out of here.
Let's just like, fuck you.
So my question to you, Albedo, is this. If we're talking about Christianity, whether traditional or any variant, because you might have a variant understanding of Christianity, which type of logic does well, if you word the proposition correctly, then it's not inconsistent with classical logic. But the reason why I ask this question is if you look at fuzzy logic or consistent logic, no Christian would use that. Because what it does is it targets things like contradiction and mystery.
And that's also a Christian who does. But he's
these guys jump on it. It doesn't actually address the issue. So we're dealing with classical logic, why this is this world. And Christianity appeals to classical logic. And that you have is incarnation of Jesus.
I disagree, but I think this world doesn't appeal to classical logic. But the question about whether it's a contradiction is something I already hold to. It's like I don't think contradictions are true. And so if the question is trying to show me a contradiction, then yeah, you would show me that in this world, right? That's what I'm saying. If you show
No one wants to address it.
That's also false.
I said earlier you're a moppy. I don't want to address it.
Don't recycle your jokes, bro.
Don't speak with myself, but you're beneath me.
Okay.
I'm addressing Albedo. So
you are molding hard, my dude. Just continue the conversation. I get you really mad.
What I just said. There we go. Now mute up. Because no one wants to address you.
Stop molding and just continue.
Again, you're doing it again, bro. I don't want to hear your voice. So I don't mute up. So I can address you.
Shit!
You're doing it.
Go to some other room if you don't want to.
Do you not understand?
What do you not understand?
What do you not understand? I don't want to address you. So be quiet.
I don't care.
So be quiet. Oh, you want to be my friend, is it? Okay, let's be friends.
No, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be friends.
Just like continue your convo, but you don't get
intelligence. It shows his ignorance.
What would you like to know?
So going back to what I was saying, when we're talking about incarnation, how is incarnation coherent with logic or classical logic?
I mean, I guess like there's no inconsistencies given the rules. Between the father.
Yeah, between the father and the son. So I think it was Christian. They were trying to make this argument. They were trying to say the mental states of the son and the father.
But wait, before you move on, that statement, I don't agree with.
Which I'm happy with.
Right, but that's like going to be the thing that needs to be shown. Like, why?
No, because there's a theological argument that you're presenting. So you're presenting a theological argument, and we can go. So the theological argument is we're not talking about the modes and the persons. We're talking about the essence. True. Essence, they're the same being. They're not the same person. So that's the theological argument against it, right?
Yeah, because different persons don't imply the same or different essence.
The point, yeah. But the point being is this: if you look at the entity of Jesus and you look at the entity of God, the Father. In terms of mental, God is omniscient, immutable. Jesus is limited. He has experiences, he has growth, he has ignorance, he has pain. So the physical states differ, the mental states differ, the experience differs.
Yeah, but why are we saying that those are part of what the essence is?
No, what I'm saying is the theological response would be that the essence is the same, but the personhood is different. I'm just establishing groundwork here.
But I'm just saying.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So all these other things about like one went through pain and one didn't is kind of wrong.
Yeah, so the father and son are the same being in essence, but they're distinct in personhood, right? This is what your claim is. Yeah. Okay, so there's issues with this. So first of all, what you're doing is properties.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't tell us if we're talking about absolute or within the context.
Say that again, sorry.
Like when we say X is the same as Y, that doesn't tell us if we're talking about just some of X and some of Y, or all of X and all of Y. Sometimes we just mean it in the context.
I'll explain the context here.
Like if I just
but
say
like
I
not absolutely identical, like there's differences between the yes or no, right?
Just think about this for a moment, and obviously this will be kind of just the ambiguity of the language, but just for now, work with it. If I say I have the same car as you, does that mean that we actually just drive the literal same object, or is it that we both possess the doesn't denote anything in specific, just talks about similarities between another thing.
Yeah, but when we talk about same divine essence, see what you're doing is you're risking semantics here. Well, you're appealing to semantics. Calling two beings with radically different properties the same, you're stretching the ordinary meaning of identity here.
I'm just not talking about the entire option.
It was a personal identity over time. It's the way to keep this. It's, you know, some of your properties are different.
That's the word you saying God was different yesterday.
Obviously, that's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
It's the farthest thing from what it is.
This isn't the strongest argument anyway. So let's just
The point of this, there's a common sense usage of identity, right? Which doesn't mean I'm saying there's an ordinary usage of identity, as in like I'm the same person I was yesterday, which doesn't involve all the properties being the same, right?
Do you agree with that? If you send something in.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Saying there's no more usage of identity where not all the properties have to be the same, right? Because like I'm identical to who I was yesterday, so I'm the same person, right? But the point is that I'm not. I don't share all the same properties as the person yesterday, right? Some change between them and not. Right?
We'll just do it by like properties. We won't do it by like names of things.
No, I'd rather go into the other terms.
Okay.
But what I would say is, if you look at I think it's Leibniz's law. Then what do you indiscernibility of identicals?
Yeah, but that's assuming the absolute.
Yeah. So property of B.
Right, and we're trying to show you
Yeah, but again, what you're doing is you're throwing a shiny object in the air and saying, look at that, we're dealing with God here. We are dealing with absent.
And I'm saying you're trying to hold.
Why are you so fucking dishonest?
You think you're holding to the mutability of God? Like, how are you showing immutability? That's nice.
He's just asserting you must use this type of real. I'm giving him an example from the real world, from ordinary language, right? I'm giving him an example, and he's just brushing it aside.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
He's dropping it out. He's just saying it's because it's God. Immutability is not the question.
We're not.
If that's
It's not about change.
I'm not talking about change, yes.
Yeah, you didn't explain that to me.
Well, he didn't mention me.
Place my flag on this argument. The issue that I have more so is with incarnation itself. Because it's paradoxical. So if the Son's fully human and he's fully divine,
You think that like one is mortal and one's not mortal or something?
they're mutually contradictory properties in the same respect.
Yeah, and there is a resolution to this that I was